Welcome to PBCJ's live coverage of the Lower House. I'm Simone Absalom Gale. This session will start with prayers, followed by a roll call of those in attendance. This is usually followed by questions and answers to questions, statements by ministers, items under public business and private members' motions. But before we begin, let's try a parliamentary trivia question. True or false? Opposition leader Mark Golding was a member of the Senate. Get the answer at the end of this introduction to the Lower House. On the agenda, statements by ministers. Member of Parliament and Minister of Science, Energy, Telecommunications and Transport Darrell Vaz, and Member of Parliament and Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport Olivia Grange are down to address the House. Under public business, Ms. Tamika Davis, Member of Parliament for Hanover Western, is set to make her contribution to the State of the Constituency debate. It was introduced to widen the participation of MPs while shortening sectoral debate presentations. Also on the agenda, the Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions Act, the Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions Associated Producer Discovery Bauxite Operations Limited Order 2023 and resolution is to be tabled and taken. It should be noted that the agenda can be adjusted, with items being added, removed, or replaced. If you are planning to attend a parliamentary session, here are some rules to keep in mind. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card from the office of the clerk. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. It's almost time to go to the main event, but before that, let's get the answer to the trivia question. We asked, true or false? Opposition leader Mark Golding was a member of the Senate. It's true. He was a member of the Jamaican Senate from 2007 to 2017 and served as Minister of Justice for Jamaica between January 2012 to February 2016. Mr. Golding was first elected as Member of Parliament for South St. Andrew in 2017. In November 2020, he was elected as President of the People's National Party and became leader of the opposition. He was re-elected this year. Before we get to the main event, here are some terms that you should look out for during the debate. Fiscal policy. Fiscal policy is the measure used by the government to manage the national budget and to influence macroeconomic outcomes. Consolidated fund is the primary account to which all government revenue is deposited and from which expenditure, through warrants, is withdrawn. Public debt is the total amount of money owed by the government. The current expenditure. The recurrent account contains all expenses that accrue in the carrying out of services normally rendered by the government. Now over to the proceedings.
This is the Aedes aegypti mosquito that spreads the Zika, chikungunya, and dengue viruses. Search for its breeding sites and destroy them.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Do you wish there were a way your community could get funding to improve a school, health center, sports program, and more? There is! It's the Constituency Development Fund. Here are a few things you probably didn't know about the CDF and how you can make it work better for you. The CDF policy promotes citizen participation in community development and protection of taxpayers' funds. It outlines that MPs are to meet with citizens at least once every 2 years to agree on the projects needed. You know, it used to be once a year? We should really go back to that. Projects developed without community consultation are not to be approved by the bipartisan CDF Parliamentary Committee. There are 26 government agencies that implement projects, usually for a small fee. Funds are provided directly from the Office of the Prime Minister to the implementing agency, not through the Member of Parliament. The CDF unit monitors project costs and implementation. So if you have questions about how the CDF are run in your community, contact them. To ensure no one project or community gets all the funds, there are 6 project categories with spending limits for each. There must be no less than 5 and no more than 20 projects each year. To learn more, visit jampja.org to view your MP's CDF info and tell them how this fund has impacted you. If you don't see your MP's CDF reports, then put them under little pressure, man. Call, tweet, email. Ask them when they'll submit it and when is the next CDF meeting. Change is possible. It's already happening. What we need is you. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
This is the Aedes aegypti mosquito that spreads the Zika, chikungunya, and dengue viruses. Protect yourself from the bite of this mosquito.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
The Joint Select Committee of Parliament considering job descriptions, codes of conduct and performance standards for parliamentarians wants to hear from you. Send your opinions in writing by Tuesday, October 3, 2023 to Clerk to the Houses, Gordon House, 81 Duke Street, Kingston. Or email us at clark@japarliament.gov.jm. Visit the Parliament's website at www.japarliament.gov.jm for details.
Traveling to Jamaica? Submit your customs and immigration declaration online for faster processing. Visit the enterjamaica.com portal, complete and submit your declaration prior to departure. Upon arrival, proceed to the immigration kiosk and swipe your passport to confirm your trip details and declaration. Once done, proceed to the customs hall to retrieve your luggage and final clearance. The online C5, making air travel easier. You may contact us or the Passport Immigration and Citizenship Agency for more information.
What if I told you that you own thousands of acres of land, more than 100 companies with over 100,000 employees and billions in the bank? Well, I have news for you. You do. Jamaica belongs to you, and you need expert protection to safeguard those assets for your future, your children, and your children's children. And you already have it. A key protector is our Auditor General, whose role is outlined by the biggest, baddest law in all the land, the Constitution. The Auditor General's main job is to examine the financial reports of all public entities to ensure that they are accurate and that public funds are used appropriately and effectively to deliver public goods and services without waste, theft, and mismanagement. Here's how it's done. A team of highly trained auditors reviews and verifies that the right amount of money is spent on only what's approved in the national budget and in accordance with the laws and policies that protect public resources. Now, the right amount of money can be spent on the right things and Jamaicans still no benefit. So the Auditor General assesses the outcome for programs and projects as well. Audit reports will also contain recommendations to improve the operations of the audited entity, and the findings are submitted to the Parliament's Public Accounts Committee, the PAC. Every year, an annual report is submitted by December 31. Both government and opposition MPs serve on the PAC, and they summon public entity managers to answer questions so that they and the public, the real owners, yes, you, can understand what went wrong and how to prevent a
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we, thine unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thine heavenly wisdom from above to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of our counsel may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. What? Permanent?
You may be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting, this being October 10, 2023. Call of the roll.
Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Holness, Dr. Clark, Dr. Chang, Ms. Grange, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Malawi Fort, Dr. Tufton, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Charles, Mr. Green, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Terry Long, Ms. Smith, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Main, Mr. Davis, Mr. Witter, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown Burke, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Ms. Lee, Mr. Miller, Mr. Montague, Ms. Morrison, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Samuda, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Siblist, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Wright, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Vaz,
It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you again to another sitting of the House. In the gallery, we have several students and adults seated. Let us welcome Hanover Pre- and Preparatory School, there are many more. Esher Primary, Clifton Primary and Infant School, Rossies High School, Green Island High School, and Rhodes Hall, all here present today. It is wonderful to include our students in the process of observing the activities of the Parliament. I would also like to make a brief commentary statement. Members, let me take this opportunity at the commencement of today's sitting to publicly thank the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Jill Biden, for her warm letter inviting me to join her, along with First Lady of the Ukraine, Mrs. Olena Zelenska, in recognition of World Mental Health Awareness Day. In the same vein, I'm therefore inviting the members of this honorable House to join me in recognizing today, October 10, 2023, as World Mental Health Awareness Day. Dr. Biden has also asked that we join her in amplifying the phrase, "It's okay not to be okay." And while we here in Jamaica like to make it a habit, and because of our culture, I used it in my response to her letter. So despite the standing orders, I will ask permission to use the phrase, "Tekin teeth, kiba heart bun," and I explained to her what it meant. In Jamaica, we would often shroud our pain and even mental pain in a little smile. I hope she'll appreciate that part of our culture. It is important that we encourage those who are not okay to know that they have our support and that it is not an indictment on them for the mental health struggles that they face. We, as Jamaicans, recognize this day in support of each other and all of those who struggle with mental health issues across the world, as we collectively seek to play our part advancing the welfare of the entire human race. Thank you, members of the House.
Madam Speaker, you permission just to make a brief comment. You just spoke about the World Mental Health Day, but also today is being observed worldwide as World Homeless Day. I just left a function where we are celebrating the day right across the country, acknowledging and recognizing the less fortunate, Madam Speaker, and I'd like the Honorable House to share in the expression of gratitude. Madam Speaker, the homeless population in Jamaica has increased significantly over the last couple of years. We noticed in the last survey that we did a significant number of persons on the streets are deportees, persons who have been deported and sent back to Jamaica. The government has been responding, Madam Speaker, in a very positive way. We have concluded the construction of 6 shelters in the country to house the homeless population, and work is to commence shortly on the one in Port Antonio. So, Madam Speaker, we have also seen an increase in the physical attack on the homeless population. And I want to commend the Jamaica Constabulary Force for the work that it has done over the last couple of weeks. We have seen where 2 persons have been arrested and charged of multiple charges for murder and attempted murder for persons who are living on the streets. One such person was arrested while I was in Montego Bay, and he was in the process of trying to adopt a woman at knife point, and following the investigation, he has been slapped with multiple charges of murder against the homeless population. So, Madam Speaker, as we recognize the day, we here in Jamaica want to play our part in saying that we do care, and the government has been making all the efforts, making the necessary steps to ensure that this sector of the Jamaican society is given the recognition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also would like to express deeply our concern, continued concern for our homeless people on the streets. We appreciate whatever effort is being made and would join in the government in that regard to continue to make positive steps towards ridding our streets of homeless persons. Unfortunately, both seem to work hand in hand, because most of those on the streets oftentimes are suffering as well from mental illness. Yes, right? And so we must take that into account as well. In our school and in our school population, oftentimes our young people go undiagnosed, and we just treat it as just behavioral problems because they're bad, right? As opposed to understanding what it is that they're truly going through. We have a responsibility as a state, as government, to ensure that we are putting in the right facilities in place to be able to diagnose the behavioral problems that our children would be encountering, and to be able to solve those problems from the age of 2, 3, when they're in preschool, so that they don't go through their entire lives undiagnosed and untreated, which then they go into the process of then having families still being undiagnosed, and the repercussions thereafter. I also want to appeal to the families as well of persons who are mentally not well, and that they have a responsibility not to take them to the hospitals and leave them there. That is not what families do. Jamaicans have to come together during these times as well. Somebody in the family is struggling from mental illness, we have a responsibility not just to take care of them when they're up and running, but when they're struggling, that we must see them through these difficult times. Not because we can't see a cut on the finger or a cut on the foot. Doesn't mean that they are well. If they are mentally unwell, we must seek treatment, and we must care enough to see them through, take them to the hospital, have them treated, have them return home, and not leave them there at the mercy of the state. So today we join with you, Minister, and the team, as all Jamaicans should, in recognizing and pledging our support to rid our country of the homelessness, which only exists because sometimes we are selfish ourselves, and sometimes we have to do a little more to help those who are less fortunate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It would be remiss of me not to say anything in regards to both Mental Health Day and homeless, because they are both together. Madam Speaker, I am not going to repeat some of what was said before, but just to add to what Minister Mackenzie said in respect to persons who are deported, that is, coming into the country. I do not know if we have any form of data, proper data, in order for us to know exactly who is coming, in order that we could alleviate part of the problem. Because a number of persons that I've seen on the street that are classified as homeless, most of them are deported. Some of them leave here at the age of sometimes a couple months old. And because they were not properly documented, they are back here and there's no preparation for them. I want to bring a private motion here in respect to this particular case, but just to speak about mental health. Because, Madam Speaker, a number of us are in even institutions making decisions that are seriously affected with mental health. And I believe we really need to look seriously, not just on the behavior of children, but adults and our institutions. Because the reason why sometimes we are not getting the kind of input, output that we would want into the institutions is because we have civil servants that are sitting there with serious issues and it is not being addressed. But I want to support this day, and I'm hoping that we will not just look at just the people on the street now, but to look into our institutions and our learning institutions so that we will be able to address some of these problems that is causing the country not to move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I really want to begin by congratulating you for the recognition as a third world country leader by the First Lady of the United States of America, to invite you to join her, along with the First Lady of Ukraine, in observing this very important day in the lives of all of us as we seek to bring equity and balance to a process to make it clear to all that it is okay not to be okay. And so I think Jamaica feels proud today that you have been brought into that mix of global First Ladies who are recognized in this way. And we want to congratulate you. Madam Speaker, today's program will run the line of the regular arrangements as per our State of Constituency debates. And consequently, I beg to move for the suspension of the items from statement by ministers down to notices of motions given orally, in order for me to take a particular motion in relation to the timelines for members to be allowed to speak. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. We are at notices of motions given orally.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice.
Hold on. Turn on again.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas, Standing Orders 32C3 states that a member shall be entitled to 15 minutes for that member's speech in the state of constituency debate. And whereas there is a need for members to be allowed an extension of time to complete their presentation, be it resolved that Standing Orders 32C3 be suspended to enable all members making their contribution during the 2023-24 state of the constituency debate to continue their speeches for 30 minutes, notwithstanding the time limit on speeches. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Questions and answers to questions?
We just go straight down to public.
Motions that may be...
Madam Speaker,
you go straight
I beg
to public
move
business,
that
House Leader?
Yes, we continue
Right.
to public business.
So we will recommit all the items except public business to facilitate the constituency debate. I must say Member Brownberg turned on her mic. After House Leader, you had turned on yours and you were acknowledged, which caused us to move on with the agenda at hand. It was so. I didn't see your mic on at all. Yeah, I didn't see your mic on. And unfortunately, Member Brownberg, the mic system works such that it is so. The mic that turns on first is the mic that I'm able to turn on when I turn on the mic. So the fact that the House Leader's mic came on first, it is 100% indicative of the fact his mic was actually on first. And I'm so happy for a system that takes out the bias of selecting members. I looked over at you two at the opposition side to see if anybody else had a contribution to make. Unfortunately, your mic was not on at the time. So even though I'm looking over, your mic wasn't on. Member Brownberg, separate from eye contact, you have to turn on your mic. Members, public business. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, the necessity for this motion, we indicated as early as last week. And I think that it is that members, particularly members reporting on their constituency, would require the additional time so as to facilitate a fulsome presentation of their stewardship. And you know, Madam Speaker, members do make an effort to bring their constituents, you know, from far distances to hear them speak, and as well as to be able to go back to say, yes, my MP is representing our best interests in this House. But today in particular, Madam Speaker, as I move this motion, I can't help noting that in the gallery are perhaps the largest grouping of students representing various schools within a constituency that I can recall seeing in my 38 years in this chamber. And that mix speaks well for the Member of Parliament for Hanover Western, who will make her presentation later on. There are other notable individuals in the gallery that no doubt when she speaks, she will mention that I have acquaintance with. But just to say, Madam Speaker, that I think members are feeling far more comfortable, and it will prevent the constant appeal for extra time, and it certainly will give members an opportunity to be efficient in the use of their time. Yes, so we're giving 30 minutes and 30 minutes, and that is it. So we know we have that timeline to work with. We plan our presentations, we plan it well, and we take cognizance of the fact that from time to time there will be interchange and exchanges. We take note of that, Madam Speaker, but we still suggest that members stay within the 30 minutes. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. We will now invite those in favor, those against, the ayes have it. It is carried. We will now move to the state of constituency debate for the Member of Parliament of Hanover Western, Madam Tamika Davis.
Speaker, just for good order, I beg to move that the constituency debate, the state of the constituency be recommenced as per the motion last sitting, when in fact we move for the suspension of the constituency debate. So, Madam Speaker, may it please you and the Honourable House, and the Speaker today will be the member from Hanover Western.
Thank you, House Leader. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Members, welcome the member from Hanover Western to her feet.
Madam Speaker, I rise to give my contribution to the state of the constituency debate, and I recall the words of the King David, who said, "For this God is our God forever and ever. He will be our guide even to the end." It is he who has faithfully led this country girl from a small district in Western Hanover to the awesome and humbling experience of being a Member of Parliament and representing the interests of my fellow citizens. I owe everything to him. Let me also take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to congratulate you on your own journey to becoming the guardian of the rules and regulations of this honorable House. The fact that your ascension was achieved in a bipartisan manner is testament to the trust and high regard reposed in you by your peers. And just like our previous speaker, you are an exemplar of Jamaica's steady march towards gender equality in the political sphere. With regards to my own political journey, I have with me here today individuals who continue to be instrumental in assisting me to be an effective Member of Parliament for the best constituency in Jamaica, Hanover Western. I therefore wish to acknowledge Councillor Easton Edwards of the Lucy Division, Councillors in Waiting, Messieurs Demar Mackenzie, Colville Allen Jr., my constituency office staff, Ms. Slowly, Mrs. Pattison, my driver, Mr. Travis Turner, my legal secretaries, Ms. Gordon and Ms. Frame, my external heartbeat, Ogeji, and other family members. I also want to thank and recognize the Hanover Retired Teachers Association, and a few of their members are also present here today. In this elite group is my mother, Ms. Hepsi Hopkins, an educator who has given over 40 years of her life to molding the minds of the youth of Western Hanover. So you see, Madam Speaker, that desire to be of service in my community is ingrained in my DNA. Also to be recognized are my executive and management teams for their continued guidance and support. It would be remiss of me not to mention two stalwarts of the Jamaica Labour Party who are no longer with us. They are Mr. Denver Pinnock and Arlene Campbell, called Camille. Both possessed a resolve that never once wavered, even while facing 3 decades of election defeats. Madam Speaker, we should all be so steadfast and faithful. But most importantly, I wish to express my gratitude to the group of persons who have my heart, the people of Hanover Western. They are the reason why I stand before you all today. They continue to not only inspire me, but challenge me as well to seek out ways in which I can be more effective in representing their interests and allowing Hanover Western to live up to its full potential. I enjoy traversing the highways and the byways of all 4 divisions, listening to the concerns and ideas, rekindling old friendships and building new ones. I commit to always be in your corner and work tirelessly on your behalf. Again, I thank you. Madam Speaker, I now turn to what Nelson Mandela has described as the most powerful weapon that one can use to change the world: education. At the early childhood level, I have been focusing on ensuring that there is a proper infrastructure and attractive surroundings which are conducive to learning. As such, a Back to Basics initiative was launched in which basic schools across the constituency were targeted and given assistance. This included painting, floor tiling, construction of bookshelves, and fencing. Some of the schools impacted included Green Island, Dalmally, Grange, Kendall, Orange Bay Basic Schools, as well as Lucy Infant School. Encouragement, it is said, sweetens labor. And with that in mind, we hosted, in collaboration with the Grand Palladium Hotel, our PEP Awards ceremony. At this ceremony, prizes are given to the top performing students from the 16 primary schools and the 4 preparatory schools within the constituency. There are also awards given for the different subject areas. But, Madam Speaker, I am particularly proud of our inaugural Hanover Western essay competition. This was aimed at primary and high schools, and it was launched earlier this year. This initiative was born out of a desire to get our young people interested in local and national issues, because it ultimately affects them, to bring their awareness to these issues and to hear their views. The primary school students were therefore tasked with tackling the issue of water conservation, seeing that in our constituency, we are plagued with chronic water issues. The high school students, on the other hand, examined the issue of Jamaica's quest to become a republic. These essays were forwarded to the Minister of Legal and Constitutional Reform for her attention, who, by the way, was the guest speaker at the award ceremony. Prizes included a laptop, tablets, and cash prizes. And at this juncture, I must thank the Minister of Science, Energy, Telecommunications, and Transport for his assistance with the sponsorship. Participants in this competition also received an all-expense-paid trip to Parliament to see the first-hand workings. As a consequence, they are here with us today, as mentioned earlier, from the different schools, and they all participated in this essay competition. The Bible says, "A little child shall lead them," which gives credence to the view that our young people can offer meaningful solutions and insights on some of the problems we face as a country. We just have to engage them. Madam Speaker, in some instances, it does take cash to care, and over 600 students within the constituency received back-to-school vouchers. The numerous health fairs, back-to-school fairs that we hosted helped students to receive much-needed school supplies, and it also spared their parents the cost of a doctor's visit. Tertiary students were not left out, as well over 50 students received grants to help defray the cost of their tuition. In fact, these tertiary awardees represent the largest pool of beneficiaries, with the total cost of the award being well over $4 million. As you can see, Madam Speaker, my commitment to education is unwavering, and I remain unapologetic about the amount of monies allocated from the Constituency Development Fund to this area, as I firmly believe that education is an investment that pays the richest dividends. I now turn to tourism, Madam Speaker. Thanks to the leadership acumen of this Minister of Tourism, this sector has continued its impressive growth and is firmly on track to achieve its 5x5x5, which is 5 million visitors with earnings of $5 billion by 2025. Hanover Western has always featured prominently in the success of this industry by being a significant contributor to the overall tourism revenue. We therefore look with great anticipation to the new 2,000-room Princess Hotel in Green Island, which will look to open phase 1 of 2 hotels in or around March or April next year. The first phase will see an adults-only section with 415 suites and a family-oriented section with 590 rooms. This investment will see employment of well over 1,000 persons, and I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that as a constituency, we are preparing for this. In collaboration with SDC, we've launched the Hanover Western Constituency Skills Certification Program, which sees customer service representatives from the constituency being trained and assessed for certification. Heart NSTA Trust is also on board with this program. So, it is with utmost confidence that I can say, Madam Speaker, that in Hanover Western, we are open for business. But while we continue to make strides in tourism, Madam Speaker, agriculture is not to be left behind. In fact, tourism and agriculture represent the mainstay of our economy. Our farmers will be significant beneficiaries of this new tourism investment, as it will represent a new market for their produce. We continue to nurture agriculture in our constituency by providing assistance to these farmers, and recently they were handed small tools to help them increase their productivity. This numbered over 100. Several farmers also received training in agroforestry, pest and disease management in crops, and also fire prevention, while others were helped with tanks, fertilizers, seeds, and so on. We also sprung into action when a female farmer from the Dundepen community had her entire farm destroyed. She was provided with 250 yam heads and 100 pounds of fertilizers to help her rebuild. We have also sought, Madam Speaker, to encourage and strengthen the entrepreneurial pursuits of our constituents. A number of employed individuals were able to strengthen and expand their respective businesses. A further 28 budding entrepreneurs were trained in lotion making, while others were trained in nutrition labeling and product standardization. Mahatma Gandhi once remarked that the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. We have assisted several elderly persons to receive their birth certificates for the very first time, and we have already been receiving expressions of gratitude as, for the first time, Mr. Campbell, in his early 70s, is now able to have a TRN and open a bank account for the first time. The new social housing program has already impacted the lives of a needy family by being able to provide a home, and it is heartening to know that as I speak, there are 3 more houses that are being constructed. Madam Speaker, in spite of all that is good and with all that has been achieved, we still have some pain points. One of these is the traffic congestion, which causes such delays that it would test the patience of Job himself. I want to here commend the police who have increased and maintained their presence on the roads in the township, especially during peak and lunchtime hours. This has greatly assisted with public order. But to resolve this long-standing issue, discussions have been had which will see the dualization of the Willie DeLissa Boulevard. But more importantly, the alternate route of Malcolm Heights, which is approximately 1.4 kilometers in length, has been surveyed and an estimate provided. Malcolm Heights, by way of information, is a key corridor, and it plays a major role for motorists in bypassing the township of Lucy. The tender process has begun, and I urge the ministry to fast-track this process as the current traffic situation is untenable. The infrastructure regarding the road network within Western Hanover needs much work. Main corridors such as Green Island to Glasgow, Riley to Bushmount, more popularly known as Askinish, are all in dire need of repair and rehabilitation. The visit to the constituency recently by the minister without portfolio in the office of the Prime Minister with responsibility for roads in April of this year was a very heartening one. The tour of some of the most used yet most dilapidated roads has resulted in attention finally being given to these areas. We look forward to this process commencing shortly. As I speak, however, the 40 million road rehabilitation program is now underway. The Riley to Bushmount, Middlesex to Mount Carmel, Dyers to Davis Code roads are all set to start. The contracts were awarded, the inaugural meetings were held, and the contractors have been mobilized. Whilst these projects will alleviate some of the concerns and issues along this section, the current condition of these roads will need major input. More will be needed to bring these roads to a level where the constituents, motorists, and other stakeholders will enjoy commuting for recreation and business pursuits. Remedial road work continues across the constituency, with more work to come even in the coming days. Sections of the corridor such as Kew Bridge, Riley, Glasgow, Lances River, Horton Grove, Kingsvale to Prospect have all been patched. But notwithstanding this patching program, based on the current road conditions, it will take multiple programs to make a more meaningful impact, and I am hopeful that more resources will be allocated to maintaining these corridors. Madam Speaker, I join the call for greater efficiency in the procurement processes and thresholds. There seems to be a challenge in the process, and the timeline from the scoping of the works to transmitting a contract document for implementation of the works is a real struggle. Large rehabilitation projects, CDF road repairs, even with the quarterly patching programs are all affected by issues arising from procurement. It is my strong recommendation that this process be strengthened and further improved for the reduction in implementation time and the potential impact against the rising costs on these projects. Madam Speaker, in August of this year, Western Hanover experienced severe flooding, which made national headlines, where users were unable to pass through the town of Lucy for hours. This was due to the Riley River again overflowing its banks, and debris such as bamboo and trees blocked the bridge. This continues to be a thorn in the side of the people of Western Hanover. I am comforted, however, that an allocation has been earmarked to clean sections of the river for removing the overgrown vegetation, removing bamboo, and also desilting the river. The contractors and workmen are being mobilized to start working in short order. Further, a team from NWA's Technical Services Department and engineers recently completed a site visit to view the Riley Bridge to formulate a long-term solution as the way going forward. I'm also aware that a flood control recommendation report has been submitted, and it is hoped that this report will be favorably considered and the recommendations accepted and implemented. The water issue faced by the constituents, Madam Speaker, is a protracted one. As the British American poet Auden once said, thousands have lived without love, but not one without water. This, Madam Speaker, underscores the importance of obtaining this critical resource. Residents continually cry out for this precious commodity, and the problem is particularly acute for those living in communities in the Riverside Division, which include Greenland, Middlesex, Dias, Blair's Castle, First Hill, Rock Spring, Grange, Caldwell, Pell River, to name a few. I am all too familiar with these issues, having experienced it even as a child growing up in Middlesex. This will not be a quick fix, as this problem has spanned decades. It is for this reason that I was elated at the Prime Minister's recent announcement of a $209 million US water reliability program. In the interim, we have been trucking water to various communities. These efforts continue as we try as best as possible to alleviate the distress of our constituents because of the lack of this precious resource. A short-term intervention that I would propose includes, Madam Speaker, rehabilitating the Watercrest pumping station, which is located at Blenheim. This pumping station was employed maybe 30 years ago, and it is supplied by its own source in the form of a spring. It is being recommended that this pumping station be outfitted with a 50,000-gallon tank to assist with the storage in the event of drought or turbidity. This initiative, Madam Speaker, will provide a more consistent water supply for the communities of Blenheim, Cocoons, sections of Dias, and all the surrounding communities. There are plans afoot, I am aware, to have the Rock Spring water supply improved, inclusive of a new pumping station, pipeline replacement, and upgrading a new tank site. There will also be an upgrade of Kew and Clifton facilities, which will seek to improve service to communities along the route. The Great River Treatment Plant is also slated for an expansion with new intake facilities and pipelines to improve service to Orange Bay, Green Island, and communities leading off the North Coast Highway. Madam Speaker, I wish to reiterate in closing the appeal of the Apostle Paul in the book of Galatians. Let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap if we faint not. It is an undeniable fact that we have been doing well as this Andrew Holness-led administration has taken Jamaica on a steep upward trajectory. This administration has taken Jamaica on a steep upward trajectory in terms of its development. What is the proof of this, one may ask? Look no further than Jamaica's recent unprecedented achievement of having Standard & Poor's upgrade the government of Jamaica's long-term foreign and local currency issue default rating from B+ to BB-. This is the best credit rating Jamaica has ever received. And to borrow a slogan, it is a big deal. Our new improved creditworthiness will give overseas investors more confidence in our stability and economic prospects. This will in turn stimulate economic growth and create jobs. Also, a credit rating upgrade enhances a country's international image. It signals to global financial markets and institutions that Jamaica is a reliable and responsible borrower. This can lead to increased cooperation and support from international organizations. When this is coupled with Statin's recent announcement of our record low unemployment of 4.5%, even Stevie Wonder could see that Jamaica's economic prospects have significantly improved under this present administration. So we have been doing well. But as Apostle Paul implores, we ought not to faint before we reap the fullness of our improved economic outlook. This Andrew Holness-led government is carefully laying the foundation that will allow every single Jamaican to feel the effects of economic prosperity in a much more tangible and real way. Now is not the time for untested leadership, but instead a calm and steady hand at the wheel, which has steered this country during a pandemic and global uncertainty to the safer shores of unprecedented financial success. Madam Speaker, it is my prayer that God will bless this honorable House with the wisdom to make just laws and help move Jamaica even deeper into its purpose. May He cause us to be the head and not the tail as we increase our global stature so that we may play our part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. I thank you.
House Leader.
I'm sure that the entire House is satisfied at an excellent presentation of the stewardship of this member from the great constituency of Hanover Western. And I'm sure that, as she indicated, her mother in the gallery must feel particularly proud of her daughter today. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that you revert to the orders after I have moved for the suspension of the State of Constituency debate until tomorrow at 2 p.m. in the George William Gordon House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. We will now recommit the items on the agenda, starting with statement by Minister.
Speaker, it is intended to have 3 statements today. The Minister of Energy, Transportation, Telecommunications, and many other IT-related matters. The Minister of Gender, Sports, and Culture, and the Minister of Health and Wellness. Madam Speaker, I invite you to ask the Minister of Energy, Telecommunications, and Transport to make the first statement.
Thank you, House Leader. We will now have Honorable Minister Darrell Vaz, Minister of Science, Technology, Energy, Telecommunication, and Transport, to his feet. Is being circulated.
12 minutes? No, brother, this can't take 12 minutes. Madam Speaker, let me first of all, on my first occasion in addressing the Honorable House since my new portfolio responsibilities were added. Let me first of all congratulate you and also the newly elected Deputy Speaker, newly appointed Deputy Speaker. And again, I'm very happy that it was done in a bipartisan manner, which obviously does well for the future of the Parliament. Madam Speaker, it has been 4 months since I took up my assignment as Minister of Science, Energy, Telecommunications and Transport. And while I am not new to having a large portfolio, it is indeed a new challenge. Nevertheless, I'm undaunted by the task and have taken the reins with both hands. If nothing else, it is a sign of the confidence that has been placed in me by the Prime Minister and by extension my fellow Cabinet colleagues. Today, I address the Honourable House to provide some updates on the achievements of the Ministry so far and to further outline a vision for the Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications and Transport. This will be done by way of a 100-day plan and will serve as my steps to advance in the portfolios for the betterment of the country and the people. And let me just reiterate, Madam Speaker, that I try and carry out my responsibilities using what I call the 3 C's: communication, collaboration, and consensus as best as possible. One of my first initial priorities upon assuming an expanded portfolio was to ensure the presence of a capable and effective governance within the boards of the entities under my purview. I'm pleased to report that duly qualified boards have been appointed and currently fully operational. In collaboration with the Ministry of Finance and Public Service, I have overseen the establishment of my boards in accordance with the Public Body Management and Accountability, Nomination and Selection and Appointment Regulations of 2021, which are now fully enforced. This proactive step underscores my recognition of the pivotal role that efficient governance will play in fulfilling my responsibilities as the custodian of MSET at the policy level. Madam Speaker, as I said before, it is 4 distinct portfolio responsibilities, so I'm going to ask for some latitude so that I can give a proper account. And I'm sure that my colleagues on both sides will find it interesting. The science portfolio has been gaining strides since the tabling of the National Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy. The policy sets a framework of action for Jamaica to achieve by 2029 a dynamic STNI culture, unleash the creative potential of our people, catalyze economic development and sustainable prosperity, contribute to the social transformation, and empower Jamaicans to excel in our evolving world and contribute to the global frontiers of science. National implementation plan is currently being drafted to drive the objectives from the STNI policy to achieve for Jamaica a dynamic and responsive national system of innovation, a culture of innovation, a development agenda advanced by STNI, and an excellent research and development capability. And lastly, an enabling STNI policy environment. The SRC continues to support MSMEs for local and overseas markets across various food and manufacturing industries. In the last 100 days, over 39 small businesses were assisted in producing juices, flavored water, sauces, jams, herbal productions, and meat processing. 56 new products were developed for commercialization, and 30 of them which were produced at the pilot plant. More than 7,900 tests on water, food, and other samples, swabs, ear assessment, cosmetics were completed. Madam Speaker, as we continue our work in nuclear science, the civil work for the gamma irradiation building is now complete, and the security measures and air conditioning will be installed shortly. Having submitted all licensing documents to the regulator, we expect delivery between November and December. Madam Speaker, without access to energy, the poorer nations of the world cannot develop. As part of the Outlook for Jamaica 2030 energy production, the Ministry with iSense as a lead agency has embarked on delivering the mandate of Cabinet given in April to explore the possibility of nuclear energy as a part of its energy mix. This aim is to use zero fossil fuels by 2015, using a mix of affordable, secure, reliable energy production, with zero carbon emission. The hybrid energy system simultaneously addresses the need for the grid flexibility and the greenhouse gas emission reduction while optimizing financial resources. While nuclear power plants are dispatchable sources of energy, they can adjust output accordingly to the electricity demand. Some renewables, such as wind and solar, are variable energy sources that depend on the weather and the time of day. Small modular reactors are being explored as a part of the energy mix, utilizing nuclear energy. Madam Speaker, I will now move on straight into the energy portfolio, because obviously transport, which I'll address last, obviously is the biggest task at hand. The energy portfolio has made several achievements since I addressed the Honorable House during the sectoral presentation, and none more so than the generation procurement entity. Madam Speaker, when I was assigned this portfolio in September 2020, the GPE had largely been in quiet existence. The rise of COVID-19 inducted a further slowdown. However, on my appointment, I immediately selected new leadership with a clear mandate to improve the GPE's visibility and ensure that the nation started the procurement for more and new renewable electricity generation capacity in order to meet the policy directive of the government of Jamaica of 50% renewable by 2030. I outlined clear goals to the new GPE leadership, and as a result, an expression of interest was launched after several stakeholder consultations in May 2023. This resulted in over 42 companies comprising over 20 local Jamaican firms with global interests from as far as Mauritius and as near as the Cayman Islands, indicating keen interest in the first tranche of 100 megawatts of renewable procurement. The GPE received preliminary offers of just under 2,700 megawatts of renewables, of hydro, solar, wind, and biomass projects. The expressions of interest is a precursor to the request for proposals, and it gives me great excitement for the prospect of significant global competition to fill our renewable generation requirements, which is now currently underway. I'd like to encourage all interested persons to visit the GPE's website and make use of this opportunity by February 1st, 2024. Madam Speaker, I'm not finished on that as yet, as the RFP for the second tranche of 168 megawatts will also go to market during this financial year. With both tranches of renewables, this will move our renewable target to 30% of our installed capacity, which now stands at just under 13%, as we move steadily towards our 50% policy goals. I commend the GPA for their newfound efficiency and look forward to the outcome of their procurement activities. Madam Speaker, as the legislative amendment currently being undertaken are completed, in keeping with Cabinet's directive to transition from expensive fossil fuel plants to mature renewables, JPSCO's retiring 171.5 megawatt fossil fuel plant, which is, for clarity, is not associated with the GPE's procurement activities, will be replaced by renewables when the project is complete, and our nation will significantly increase its renewable energy capacity, bringing it to approximately 44% of the total energy mix on the grid. That deserves at least an acknowledgement, at minimum. 44% of the total energy mix will be from renewables. I see, remember Hilton nodding his head over there. Madam Speaker, on the matter of the update of the National Energy Policy, NEP, I can advise the Honourable House that the final draft of the NEP 2024 to 2050, which started earlier this year, is completed and awaiting Cabinet submission. The policy is however being held until the associated support policies are completed, so that the parent policy and its support policies can be promulgated together. Madam Speaker, my ministry has also advanced and completed the Jamaica Electric Vehicles Policy, the EV policy, which was submitted to Cabinet following stakeholder consultations and approved. You will recall that EV policy was tabled in Parliament in June and is currently on the ministry's website. Lastly, in the interest of time, Madam Speaker, as you will recall, in April this year, the Petroleum Working Group, chaired by Energy Advisor Wayne Chen, met to review the minimum economic rate and the working condition for tanker drivers. Since that review, the revised MER for tanker drivers is equivalent to an average minimum hourly rate of $1,400 per hour. This represents an increase of $400 per hour, or 40%, over the current average MER of $1,000 per hour, which had been implemented on January 1st, 22. The revised MER considers the additional responsibility of the licensed petroleum haulage contractors to provide their registered tanker drivers with the following: personal protective equipment to minimize exposure to hazardous products, which may cause serious injuries or illness, health insurance benefits, an increase in life insurance coverage of $5 million Jamaican dollars, a contribution to a pension scheme, and the provisioning of training in the safe handling of petroleum products, fire emergency response procedures, and accident response procedures, among the others. In closing on this matter in relation to energy, I would just like to say that colleagues would have seen me moving around in relation to the rural electrification program. And I want to indicate that Minister J.C. Hutchinson has been given specific responsibility and has been moving around non-stop. It means that you will see me, colleagues, over the next few months in all of the 62 constituencies. This is because, obviously, we have a situation where the rural electrification program has been reassigned to this ministry just since May 2024. So what we are doing now as we speak is to just deal with the unfinished 2023, the unfinished programs that were in train through JSIF and the JPS, and also identifying new so that we can put it in the budget, or the request in the budget for the new 24-25 financial year. So I would say to you, for those, I know that Minister Hutchinson would have actually gotten all the data, and basically it is really just to cost it out now to make sure that we can conclude. So I just want to indicate that that is on track, and you would have seen that I was in Westmoreland announcing some $80 million, and then after that I was in Clarendon last week announcing $23 million of secured funding and projects that are about to start. Procurement has been completed. So just to say that it's a very critical part of the ministry. It's very important, especially to rural Jamaica, and of course some urban areas, and it is a priority of the ministry and the government to have that back on track in full force. Madam Speaker, heavy weather has been made in some quarters about the singling out of telecommunications as a separate portfolio. As some in this House will know, it's not the first time that telecommunications has been given specific focus as a portfolio by this administration. Indeed, in a time when digital transformation is critical to our development as a nation, telecommunications should have specific focus as issues such as quality of service received from our operators, the cost of that service, and our need for an improved coordinated response in times.
House Leader.
Mrs. Speaker, now Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the time allotted for the Minister having been expired, I beg to move that this time be extended to allow him to very efficiently conclude his statement. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the minister be allowed a maximum of 15 minutes to complete statement by minister. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And with that instruction, I will cut and carve accordingly. So, as I was saying, improved and coordinated response in times of emergency along with the most agile use and deployment of our spectrum resources, must complement existing programs to improve access, upskill our population, and integrate technology in the teaching and learning experience. Therefore, in the next 100 days, it is expected that the OUR, working with the ministry and after consultation with me, will promulgate and operationalize regulations related to the quality of service standards. Among others, the regulations will place obligations on the licensees to measure the report on 21 fixed and mobile quality of service parameters, to include fault repair rate, drop call rate, mobile network availability rate, broadband internet availability rate, latency, and data transmission speed. The rules will also allow the OUR to publish any information on this so that, for example, the public can be made aware of any license that is not complying with the minimum standards. Well, so in relation to drop calls for mobile voice services, among other vexing issues, no more than 2% of the on-net calls should result in drop calls. In relation to calls falling within the percentage of worst affected cells, no more than 3% shall result in drop calls. Percentage of worst affected cells refer to the percentage of calls having a drop rate of more than 2% in that measurement period. Madam Speaker, it is well known what we have done in terms of the Universal Service Fund and the provision of Wi-Fi hotspots and community hotspots for the access of internet. I would just like to say that 19 Connect Jamaica sites have been launched, with an additional 5 scheduled to be launched in the third quarter of this financial year. This will be at a total cost of 80.3 million Jamaican dollars. Madam Speaker, I'm going now to go quickly to transport and beg for your indulgence. Madam Speaker, the transport portfolio is perhaps the largest of my responsibilities by way of the number of agencies and departments that fall under this umbrella. Like the other areas under my purview, it requires careful and detailed planning and implementation to establish a sector that serves the entire country with safety and efficiency in mind. Land transport is possibly the greatest area of concern at the national level, with the need to move people and goods in an affordable cost and sustainable rate. To this end, the Jamaica Urban Transport Company continues to work to increase its operational efficiency by increasing its passenger capacity, first through the addition of the 50 new buses, and by the end of 2023, a further 20 CNG, compressed natural gas buses, will be added to the fleet. So we are expecting that, Madam Speaker, between now and the end of the year, first quarter of next year. But aside and apart from that, Madam Speaker, I will just clearly state that we are also looking at a more extensive program in terms of refleeting. Currently, the average age of JUTC buses is between 12 and 14 years, way past their expiry date. And that, of course, causes efficiency problems and, of course, is a cause for the commuting public to be not happy with the service. So we are looking, Madam Speaker, and I will update the House more on that. Efforts are currently in progress to broaden our public transportation offerings through the introduction of an express service spanning from Williamsfield in the west to Albion in the east, with Kingston serving as a central hub. Furthermore, the Transport Authority is collaborating with the JUTC to assess underserviced routes, aiming to establish alternative transportation solutions for the benefit of the commuting public. Additionally, the company is actively pursuing the digital transformation through a fleet management and tracking system, which includes fuel management and geofencing. The tracking system will be tested on 20 buses and is expected to commence this month. Again, this is a matter that is of urgency based on the leakage of the fares currently. Madam Speaker, moving from fossil fuel diesel to CNG and then to electric will definitely have a big impact in terms of the losses that we are seeing in terms of the diesel theft. So that, again, I'm very happy about, Madam Speaker, because we're moving in the right direction. A cashless JUTC and a JUTC fleet that does not use diesel fuel will be a huge, huge, huge benefit to the operations of the JUTC. I want to say, Madam Speaker, that when I took this portfolio responsibility of transport, there was approximately 60 different stakeholder groups, all of them writing me at once, looking at the major issues. And coming out of a meeting in Ocherius, Madam Speaker, I made a proposal to them to form themselves into a small group representative of the 60 so that we could have better discourse and more efficiency. I'm happy that they accepted that, Madam Speaker, and we now have a steering committee with several representatives of the transport industry, and on top of which we are getting results. I did invite to participate the opposition spokesperson on transport, a member from Northwest Manchester, who accepted, and that in itself has worked wonders because we're all in one room discussing one thing, and that is the betterment of the transport industry in Jamaica, public transport. I wanted to mention the members that are here today in Parliament and thank them for coming. Mr. Ralston Smith is here from Transport Authority, Mr. Newman from TODS, Mrs. Henrice James, Mr. Louis Barton from JATO, Ms. Diane Dennis from JATO, and also Reverend Lorraine Finikin, All Voice Transportation Association. Can we give them the well-needed acknowledgement? So, Madam Speaker, at its inaugural meeting of the steering committee, a subcommittee with specific mandate for formulating a collaborative proposal for revisiting the current fare rates was formulated. I'm mindful that the challenges of our current economic climate affect every stratum of society, including those who have invested in the transportation industry. Hence, the subcommittee had meticulously integrated a multidimensional approach into crafting a fair and equitable fare adjustment proposal. All things being equal, the subcommittee's proposal was presented to Cabinet, and the rates that were approved were a 19% increase effective Sunday, October 15th, with a further 16% effective April 2024. That was done, Madam Speaker, because we are cognizant of, obviously, the impact, an inflationary impact of transportation, and therefore it was a consensus that we wanted to see how best we could cushion this and, of course, allow for the new financial year and the Minister of Finance to take this into consideration ahead of time of the 24-25 budget. So that was the agreement that was kindly accepted by the stakeholders. But bear in mind, Madam Speaker, that in 2021 they were granted a 25%, 2021, for which they got the 15% and were to get an additional 10%, which did not happen. So in essence, that 10% that they didn't get is a part of this staggered increase of the 19 and the 16, which is 35, which basically, if you maths it out, you use a 10% in that, would be a 25%. So, Madam Speaker, we are very mindful, but it cannot all be about a fair increase, because the public is going to want to know what's the government doing for the improvement of the service, and secondly, what are the stakeholders doing, because they also have a part to play. So the steering committee is also actively assessing various operational challenges with the collective aim of tackling the prevailing issues. These issues include the lamentable condition of the transportation infrastructure throughout the island, enforcement matters, and the state of road markings and signage. I am very serious about creating a public transportation system we can all be proud of. In my quest to partner with the PPV operators, the ministry, through the Transport Authority, is currently undertaking a PPV driver-conductor platform. 3,582 participants have registered to date, and 45 have completed this program. It is my intention, Madam Speaker, to ensure that the operators in the service are adequately trained in customer service, safety, and other areas of core competencies. In this way, I am being deliberate about improving the levels of service provided to the Jamaica's commuting public. The Transport Authority is also currently working to establish a PPV drivers register. So, Madam Speaker, if you would allow me, right now, PPP drivers are able to move from taxi to taxi, bus to bus. There's no database where persons who own the buses and operate the buses can see the history of these drivers. How many tickets, how many accidents, what their current status is there warrants out for them, tick traffic or otherwise. Now, obviously, Madam Speaker, that can't work. So this will create a pool in tandem with the police where when you are employing a driver, you can do your background checks. Right now, that does not exist. That's number one. Number two, just yesterday, when I went on the road, a taxi driver abandoned the vehicle and being pursued after driving on the sidewalk. Left the vehicle. The passengers left as well, and the vehicle was left there. Why? He has no skin in the game. Because next week, he'll be able to go and find another job as a driver and continue on his wayward path. But, Madam Speaker, that is after the horse has gone through the gate. The fact of the matter is that now you can get a PPV license just by going through the normal process at the Island Traffic Authority. And therefore, you have people that are, we all know, are beating the system, who are illiterate, can't read or write, doesn't know the road codes, can't spell bus, but is driving a bus. So what do you do about that, Madam Speaker? I have instructed the Transport Authority to set up a PPP certification, which you will have to do that course. Can be done at the Satellite Transport Authority offices, but at some point you have to come in and be eyeballed. And therefore, in a matter of a few weeks, no one will be able to go and get a PPV license at the ITA without a certification. And that certification must come from the Transport Authority. So what that will do, again, Madam Speaker, it will put in safeguards so that the persons that are transporting our passengers, public passengers, can have some level of safety in relation to who is driving them. So, Madam Speaker, I think that those two simple procedures will go a far way in rooting out what I call the rogue operator drivers. Because I must say, since coming to this ministry and interacting with the stakeholders, the perception of them is far different to who they are. They are all businessmen in their own right. They all have decided that this is the industry they want to go into, and this is what the service they want to provide. And they are all respectable people who you can have good conversations with and get good input and get good results. So I want to make it clear that I am not tarnishing the stakeholders of the public transport, because it's a few bad apples that spoil the whole bunch. And what we want to do is not root out the whole industry. We want to root out those that are causing damage of the reputation of the public transport industry. So again, I want to make that very clear. Madam Speaker, I'm very serious on introducing a rural school bus system. A draft has been prepared to be presented to critical stakeholders, And this rural school bus system should bring relief to our school children in rural areas. Minister, the idea is it for to be cashless so that we can ensure.
Minister, you have 1 minute to wrap up. 1
minute. I guess I'll have to read my speech in the papers tomorrow. So, Madam Speaker, I would encourage everybody to get a copy of this. It will be on my website, my MSET website. But I must say that in relation to having 4 portfolio responsibilities, I should be given some latitude. But of course, as somebody who follows orders all the time and is disciplined, I will exceed. Unlike some of my other colleagues that I'm looking at who will not. So, Madam Speaker, let me just close by saying I actually wanted to deal with the traffic tickets. But again, I can do that at a press conference. Madam Speaker, I just want to say that over the next 100 days, there are certain objectives that I have outlined in this speech that I intend to live up to and deliver to the people of Jamaica. And I say, all is not lost. I know that there are issues, especially in the transport industry, but we'll take them on one by one, and most importantly, we'll take them on in a bipartisan way with a collective group of people who want to see difference, and I can assure Jamaican people that the trials and tribulations of the long hours of waiting on buses and the unruly behavior of some public passenger operators will be a thing of the past. And you know, if I say so, Madam Speaker, it will happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Next statement by Minister. House Leader, would you like to? Oh, sorry. My apologies. Response.
Can I borrow? Madam Speaker, it's Madam Speaker, even though I should not be speaking on the minister's behalf, but with a statement like this and the minister not being able to complete it, and that is why there is some flexibility when ministers are giving presentation, or because to respond to him and not have him read the full statement makes it a little bit difficult, especially on the issue of transport. Madam Speaker, I did accept the minister's invitation to sit on the committee because I've been saying for some years now, being spokesperson, that there has to be a national conversation on transport. And the minister has moved in that direction, hence the opposition supporting that call and being a part of that committee. The issue of the fare increase, Madam Speaker, is one that I know would not escape the minister. When he came in a few months ago, one of the first promises he made to those in the industry was that he was going to tend to the matter of fare increases. But from where I stand, Madam Speaker, and I will repeat it again, that the issue of fare increases ought to be removed from the desk of the political directorate and to be put into an agency such as the OUR, where it was before. Because when there's a delay in the increase of fares, you come to the general public and you give them a double-figure increase. In many instances, we know it is hard on the pocket of the commuters. And at the same time, those who are investors have to wait for a very long time to be able to make ends meet by not having an increase that will take care of inflation. And even when you do give them this increase, it still has not taken care of the inflation. And as I've always said, that we have to treat the transport system or the sector itself as a business. Right? So, you know, while the minister was able to do the increase in 2 tranches, I think that some consideration needs to be given in removing it, as I said before, from the desk of the political directorate and into an agency such as the OUR that can use. Because if you're to look at even the JUTC, I think the last time that JUTC got an increase was in 2012. And that is another conversation, because even though and I've always said that they ought not to get the increase until their service has been improved. And that comes down to government policy in how much you have given them as rolling stock, as buses, to go out there to meet the demand of the license that they have been given. So we on this side, as I said, think that we need to look at how it is that the increase is being given. Madam Speaker, the minister glanced over his presentation that had to deal with the JUTC. And I know that this increase is really for route taxes, the hackney carriage, the stage, and not the JUTC. But even while you have gotten 50 buses recently, that is a drop in the bucket for the JUTC. In your statement, you speak about another additional 20 buses, with 6 buses coming now, 14 buses at the end of December 2023. But the JUTC is on life support. You saw the challenges.
The member's time for speaking has expired.
Madam Speaker, the member's time having been expired, again, we ask for an extension, but we also just have to reiterate on all sides, both sides, that we become more efficient indeed with the use of the time, recognizing that the agenda is sometimes a tall one, and there's space for all members to be able to contribute. So may it please you, Madam Speaker, that the member's time be extended. 5 minutes? 5 minutes to allow him to complete.
The question is that the member's time be extended by 5 minutes to allow him to complete his intervention. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, House Leader. The JUTC said is on life support.
Hold on a minute, please, member. With those persons who had their mic on for questions, please turn your mics on in the order you had them prior. Thank you. Go ahead, member.
It's on life support, which is financed by the taxpayers. This year is going to cost taxpayers at least $12 billion additional. But you also spoke about the rural bus system. You spoke about the Williamsfield in one instance, and in the east, Albion in the east, St. Thomas. But I urge you, Minister, before you start rolling out buses to those 2 locations, and I accept that it is needed, a comprehensive rural bus system. Currently, you're not even meeting your license in the KMTR. And I think that what you need to do is fix one problem first before extending it out to the other. Because you also have Montego Bay Metro, which has not gotten any buses of late. And we welcome where you are going to be doing a comprehensive review of Montego Bay Metro. We have been calling for it for years. We are welcoming that you are now going to be doing a review to see the viability and how it is that Montego Bay Metro will be run as a growing concern. The Road Traffic Act. There are still some components of the Road Traffic Act that has not yet been gazetted. And I speak about the use of camera technology, and it has been a while in gestation. And the question is, when will we see the full rollout of the Road Traffic Act that we spent quite a bit of time and deliberation in trying to pass in the House. Lastly, the issue with PACAL. As you did not go through in your presentation entirety. But the issue with Norman Manley Airport and the concession, that has been somewhat late in happening in the upgrades that should have taken place at the Norman Manley Airport. And if the minister can give at some point an update on what is happening at the Norman Manley Airport and the concession agreement with PACAL moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Minister, you're ready to answer questions? Hold on a minute, please, Minister. So let me spend some time ensuring that we have a better appreciation for how the mic system operates. I spent a little time talking to Member Brown-Burke earlier. The mic will actually only go in order to which each person press the mic, regardless of the side, regardless of the need for someone else to speak. So in order to allow the ministers to speak, I will have to clear the persons who have pressed their mic. I was expecting that you would have asked your questions, which is why I directed the members who had their mics on before to turn them on again, so that you would be allowed to go ahead and ask your questions. Minister, would you prefer to close first, or would you prefer to take the questions? Take the questions, so you use it as a basis to respond. So one person has turned off back their mic. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. So, no? You're first.
I'm almost afraid to stand up. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just to say that I beat the member to the left of me, but he was a little slow, so I jumped in before him. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, thank you for your statement. I had a question on the rural bus system, and I think certainly it is long overdue, especially with what we're seeing now with some of the accidents over the years and even most recently with our school children. My question to you, I've heard what you said, briefly because you couldn't finish, but I want to know how soon you think this will be rolled out. And, Madam Speaker, and the reason why I ask how soon it will be rolled out, I think town and country are two different places. And I think the people operate differently. And I think sometimes we can have systems that may not work in the corporate area that can work in rural areas because of how it is designed and the road network. So I want to know how soon you think that pilot project or what you're doing could be rolled out. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Next question.
Minister, this is on electrification, Minister. Electrification. What you have now, rural, you've resuscitated the rural electrification. But is there any thinking within the ministry about expanding the focus to include areas in urban areas that are in need of reliable and legal electrification? And if so, when?
Next question.
Thank you very much. Minister, in terms of rural electrification, I recognized the last time that it was mostly kisses goes by favor. And I'm now asking you if there is a mechanism, if there is a structure put in place so that we don't just do it by kisses, by favor, but that the needs that are in the various communities is addressed in an orderly way. I want to, one more question. I heard your presentation in terms of the transportation and the kind of way in which our system, the transport system, has gone almost to zero. But, Minister, I am begging of you to look at the kind of music, the lewd musics that are being played in these public transportation, transporting children, because this is where it starts. We're talking about some root causes about how children behave in school. They hear all of this before they reach school. So by the time they reach school, they start to act out. So please put that on your agenda as well. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, 7 years later and 4 ministers later, it is the first time that we are having an RFP for renewables. This is not something that any government should be proud of. 7 years later. I have 2 questions related to the RFP. You indicated that you're doing an expression of interest now, and that you would move from an expression of interest to an RFP. Is it that the deadline for the RFP for the first phase is February 1, 2024? Secondly, in relation to JPS's retiring capacity of 171 megawatts, what type of renewables will replace that? You said renewables, but if you could elaborate on that. And the final thing, you raised the issue of telecoms as a separate portfolio. And I was somebody who made an issue out of it. And I'm going to tell you, the issue is not about having telecoms as a separate portfolio. And it's really directed to the PM who has the authority to organize the cabinet. The issue is separating telecoms from technology. And I'll tell you what the issue is. You have very limited human resources within the ministry to deal with those 2 areas. So what you have now, you have a chief technical director who works up at OPM with Minister Dixon, one who works with him, and you have split very specialized technical expertise across 2 ministries. That is the issue which will impede the speed at which you can respond to issues and the pace at which the ministry can work. So I'm just telling you, as somebody who raised the issue, that is the issue that I raised. Not that telecoms is not deserving of the attention, but because the 2 issues are so intertwined, it would have been optimal to have them sitting under one portfolio.
Thank you, members. So many questions, I don't know where to start. So let me start with the last question, and then you can help me to remind me of the other ones. So yes, so I think the last point you made a while ago, I think is a... No, I realize that, but I'm just glad that you understand whose prerogative it is to make that decision. Yes? In relation to the 171 megawatts, so we are waiting to hear. We have just actually finally given them the assurances from Cabinet that they required. And just a bit of background, the previous regulations were like for like. So they were moving on the basis that they were going to change the 171 and upgrade it for the same, using same fossil fuel. When I realized that, I saw it was counterproductive to the policy and went back to Cabinet. So it has been amended. So basically, they are able to use renewables, and we are waiting to get the final proposal from them, but they needed to get from us first in writing that this was so as a policy. So that's there. So we expect to hear that anytime, and I'm sure they will make that public also. But it's a good move, because as I said in my thing, when you look at that, plus the RFP for the 100 megawatts and the 168, you're moving from 13% to 44% in terms of what's in the grid now. Member, in relation to your question, Member Daly, so Minister Hutchinson has over the day-to-day responsibility, and I have assured him that I am prepared to go to the 63 constituencies, because you know how I operate, and the bottom line is that I encourage all my colleagues to look at what was in place before, what is not finished, submit it, and also submit new projects. We'll prioritize them and make sure that there's equity in the distribution of the funds that are given to this section of the ministry for this very important thing. As Member Hannah said, 100%. We in rural Jamaica is a completely different phenomenon to elsewhere. The airport member, again, during COVID, everything stopped. Unfortunately, the upgrades that the both airports should have made during that period were not made based on the fact that they didn't want to invest that level of investment and not know what the future held. It was a very uncertain time. When I took over, the negotiations were being conducted by an enterprise team, the same enterprise team that did the first negotiation, and I met with them and I could see the frustration because it was almost 3 years and they were still waiting on the response of the renegotiation with the government of Jamaica. I gave them a commitment for August, and I'm pleased to say that that went to cabinet a few weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, and basically the discussions between the enterprise team and the concessionaires were finalized, and they have now gotten that in writing. So there's no excuse whatsoever for the two concession agreements that are now being amended. And the amendments were not the scope of work. It was more the financial aspect of it based on what happened, et cetera, during COVID. And I've got the assurances, I've gotten presentations, and basically work is going to start in earnest. And that's the bigger work. I'm not talking about the menacing issues at Norman Manley in relation to cleanliness and the bathroom and lighting, runway extension, patching of the runway first and then the runway extension. But I can say to the listening public that I'm very aware of the issues at both airports in relation to the congestion incoming and outgoing, and also some of the facilities at Norman Manley, which we all know is an old plant. I'm on it, and you will see the improvements almost on a daily basis. But I can understand the frustration, because that is your first point of entry, your first impression of Jamaica, and your last. And there is need to hold, because we have only leased and entered into a concession agreement. Those assets are the assets of the Jamaican people. And as such, we must make sure that our authorities, the airports authorities, civil aviation, etc., make sure and regulatory and safety issues are dealt with in a stringent way. So you have my assurance on that. Rural bus. We have a meeting on Thursday, which is going to be, the draft is going to be presented to the technocrats and myself and some other stakeholders, and to say to you that this can't be a government alone-led initiative. As Member Phillips said, we can't spread the few assets that we have too wide and then nobody gets any service at all. So I want to make it clear that the KMTR is, for JUTC, is the focus. And it has improved significantly, but still nowhere near where we need to get. In terms of the rural, we want to get into private-public partnership. We want the same investors, stakeholders, new ones to come in and to invest to make sure that we can carry the kids to school on a timely basis, and it's 3 o'clock in the morning, wake up to get to school by 8 o'clock and reach home at 10 o'clock to wake up back at 3 o'clock is the reason why the society is the way it is today. In relation to your question, Member Phillips, we're not using the assets for that expansion until we have sufficient buses for the expansion of the routes. What we will do again is seek to get stakeholder interests who may want to invest in the type of buses that are needed for that. And of course, where we can fit in JUTC as we get more buses, we do. But yes, 100% agreed on your point in relation to that. JPS. So REP is not for urban. We have to deal with the issue of getting the persons who are off the grid on the grid in an affordable manner. What we are doing now in terms of the rural electrification, we realize that part of the problem was that even if you give them the infrastructure, they can't afford the wiring. So you do all of that, and there's no wiring. So what's the answer to that? Add the wiring in to the overall project. And I'm pleased to say that's what JSF is doing now, so that nobody who gets the benefit of rural electrification has any excuse not to go on the grid. And those who don't go on the grid, it will be zero tolerance, because you can't put in that infrastructure at the cost to the government of Jamaica and give them wiring. And then when JPS comes to connect them into the community, they don't have to go anywhere, you know. JPS is coming behind to the community for them to sign up. So you're getting, and of course, prepaid meters, etc. But I'm just saying to you, your issue and our issue. Yes, and I'm saying to you that there is a comprehensive plan being worked out with JPS and with consultants. And I know that we have had this discussion with the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance, and there's going to be a requirement for the government of Jamaica to come up in terms of finding some funding to help to be able to do exactly what we're doing with the REP. Because the fact is that, yes, it is a problem. And the bottom line is that when you are talking about the level of technical losses, you know what technical losses is, right? You know what technical losses is. It's a nice name for theft. And when you're talking about a company that is losing $20 to $25 million a year, US dollars, for which that is the burden of those of us who are paying our light bill, something is wrong. And it's going in the wrong direction. It's going up instead of down. So I can tell you that has the complete attention of this government, including the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance. And I must say that the new CEO of JPS, who recently took office, is coming from running an electricity plant in California. So he has wide experience, and he himself is coming to the table to give solutions and to give assistance and commit resources. So the partnership is ripe and prime. And that is a big ticket item that, as a country, we must face it down if we are to make sure that we get to an orderly, disciplined society, which is what all of us want. I think that takes care of almost everything. I'm sorry that the Prime Minister came in late, but I'm sure the leader of government business has briefed him properly on the content. And I will make sure that the parts that I left out, I will get them out through a press conference or whichever other means. But we are in good hands. And I look forward to the cooperation, not only of the opposition and my opposition member, but the stakeholders in every of the sectors that I have ministerial responsibility for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, I must tell you, you took 10 minutes to answer the questions. Remember, we have Parliament tomorrow as well. We will now have our next statement by Minister, Honorable Olivia Grange, OJCD, MP, Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports. Minister, I'm not turning on your mic until the podium is there to facilitate your speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Do I ask for equal time? Gender equality. Madam Speaker, it has been the custom in our country to pause annually at this time of the year to reflect on the contribution of our national heroes, who by virtue of their unbridled bravery, fierce determination, and patriotic zeal, led the process to secure freedom and later our independence, and brought autonomy, pride, and self-confidence to Jamaica land we love. I think my presentation can be distributed now. As such, it is fitting that the political leadership who represent the people in this honorable house named in honor of one of our national heroes, join me in my call to the nation to give due recognition and appreciation for the sacrifices they made. Once more, we celebrate the proud heritage they have bequeathed to us, and which this year we dub resilient and strong. Aren't we resilient and strong? Through the tenacity and militancy of these heroes, brokered on the platform of resilience, strength, and fearlessness, they were able to resist, renounce, and repudiate the efforts of then colonial powers and enslavers to dehumanize and disenfranchise them, and ultimately upend the systems of the transatlantic trade in Africans and racialized chattel enslavement. Madam Speaker, I refer to our acclaimed national heroes, Nanny of the Maroons, Samuel Sharp, Paul Bogle, George William Gordon, Marcus Messiah Garvey, Norman Washington Manley, and William Alexander Bustamante. These men and one woman were determined at all costs to confront the crimes against humanity perpetrated against our ancestors before 1838 and the freed people of Jamaica thereafter by way of pernicious acts aimed at undermining and devaluing the humanity and dignity of our people. Madam Speaker, it is through annual observances like Heritage Week, which was established by former Prime Minister, the late Most Honorable Edward Seaga, that we cement our proud heritage, especially in the psyche of our children and generations to come. This is why my ministry has been relentless in creating moments and spaces for our Jamaican people to remember, recognize, and revel in the achievements of our heroes. In this regard, I want to use this occasion to advise this House and the nation that in response to my request as Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sport, Sir Patrick Allen, Governor General of Jamaica, has issued a proclamation that as of this year, the 11th day of October, which is tomorrow, the day of the Morant Bay War, will be observed annually as Paul Bogle Day. Madam Speaker, let us pause to recall the stuff of heroes. Bogle assumed leadership among the peasantry of his community and parish and engaged them in a series of actions aimed at peaceful resolution of the situation. On one occasion, Bogle endured the arduous 45 miles journey from Stonygut to Spanish Town to seek audience with then governor, who refused to see him. Undaunted by this rebuke, Bogle decided to engage mass protests as he sought to confront the conditions of the people of St. Thomas and Jamaica in general. It was one such march on October 11 from Stonygut to Morant Bay that led to incursions and skirmishes with the state and which culminated in the courthouse being burned to the ground in what became the Morant Bay War. Bogle had aligned his destiny with the struggles of his people, and for that, he was executed on October 23, 1865. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to proclaim Paul Bogle Day, even as some of the dreams of Paul Bogle for better working and livable conditions of the people of St. Thomas are coming to pass. The story is told that the Jamaica House of Assembly passed a resolution in 1865 to punish the people of St. Thomas for their action, determined by the parish would see very little development. Madam Speaker, the government of Jamaica, led by the Most Honorable Prime Minister, Holness, have broken that curse. Very soon, the people of St. Thomas will have greater access to the commercial center of our country by way of a new highway. And further, also the development of the Morant Bay Courthouse into a modern museum. And I want to thank the Prime Minister for leading this charge. This will no doubt enhance the quality of life for the people of St. Thomas going forward. So tomorrow we will celebrate them and the entire Jamaica by the proclamation of Paul Bogle Day. Madam Speaker, as I reflect on how heritage is constructed, how we may have come to be seen as one of the world's most formidable brands, I recall two seminal statements made in our early and recent history that have epitomized the actions of our people over the years. The first of the two is attributed to national hero, the Right Excellent Samuel Sharp, who has been recorded in the annals of history as responsible for the final abolition of slavery as a result of his Sam Sharp, otherwise known as the Christmas Rebellion of 1831-1832. Sharp declared with steely resilience, "I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees." It is perhaps out of that express maxim that a number of Jamaicans have declared that we now bow. Madam Speaker, a crime against humanity committed against a race of people must have a remedy, and the damage to the physical, human, spiritual, and mental being of our people must be paid for and repaired. There must be no retreat on this. Of note is that we are due to meet soon with a group from the United Kingdom who call themselves heirs of slavery, and who, in recognition of the wrongs committed by their ancestors, have sought to meet with us to promote remediation and reconciliation. We, after all, are from small island developing states. We're no longer called third world. We are now seen as small island developing states whose economies were ravaged in the past by rampant colonialism and in recent times by climate and other injustices, leaving us entrapped in the mire of underdevelopment. On the tracks and fields, in the halls of academia, in literature, science, tourism, politics, and even in religion, where we dare to create a new religion for the ages in Rastafari. In every element of human endeavor in this world, we did not bow to those who would seem to be larger than life. Yes, we would rather die on our feet than live on our knees, resilient and strong. The other quotation I will cite are the words of Jamaican policeman who became a poet in the United States, considered among the great poets of the Harlem Renaissance, Claude McKay. Claude McKay's poem, If We Must Die, resonates with the theme, celebrating a proud heritage, resilient and strong. And I quote, "If we must die, let it not be like hogs, hunted and penned in an inglorious spot, while round us bark the mad and hungry dogs, making their mock at our accursed lot. If we must die, oh, let us nobly die, so that our precious blood may not be shed in vain." Madam Speaker, it is on words such as these that we have fashioned a proud heritage, resilient and strong. With those words in our hearts, we have carved out a space in the world where we can now say, in the words of Alma Norman, "Anywhere you go, you will find Jamaican men and women, great and humble Jamaican men and women." Yes, resilient and strong, Jamaicans have carved out a global diaspora. We have contributed everywhere we find ourselves, being global citizens. In the words of our national motto, we have dared to play our part in advancing the welfare of the whole human race. Madam Speaker, allow me to remind us of our sacred responsibility to transfer this glorious, proud, resilient, and strong heritage to our children. Without this, our children will grow up, in the words of Right Excellent Marcus Messiah Garvey, as trees without roots. It is a sacred responsibility of all adults of this country, and in particular, all who sit in political leadership in this space, to transfer this knowledge of who we are to our children. Of course, we must never forget that a powerful element of our proud, resilient, and strong heritage is a religious heritage rooted in spirituality, including African spirituality, from Orthodox to Protestant to Apostolic to Revival and Pocomania to Rastafari. We must never...
Minister's time for speaking has expired. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the member's time having been expired, I beg to move that the member be allotted 10 minutes to complete in full her presentation. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
The question is that the Minister be allowed 10 minutes to complete her presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Mr. Grange.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We must never forget that with over 1,600 churches, Jamaica holds the Guinness Book of World Records for the most churches per square mile. In this regard, earlier this year, at my request, the Governor General declared March 25 as the National Day of Remembrance of the victims of the transatlantic trade in Africans and chattel enslavement. On that day, we intend to launch a national day for the memory of and solidarity with those whose lives in Africa were interrupted and devalued in over 400 years of African genocide. Madam Speaker, though the focus will be on our national heroes, we must also pay homage to the countless, nameless, and faceless warriors whose battlefields were the plantations, the great houses, the streets, and laterally parliaments and other spaces, including in the hearts and minds of many who were within the reach of their voices. So, Madam Speaker, I also pause to salute our many modern-day heroes, including the Usain Bolt and Shelley and Fraser Price, Elaine Thompson hero, Courtney Walsh, Chris Gayle, Miss Lou, Bob Marley, Jimmy Cliff, and so many others, which time does not allow me the luxury to mention by name. I would crave your indulgence and include those students, Madam Speaker, of B.B. Coke High School for their commendable display of resilience and strength in the face of the suffering of a fellow student. Finally, I invite my colleagues, every political, religious, and civic leader, to join us in our activities during Heritage Week, which is celebrated from October 10 to the 16th, and invite you to look at the schedule that has been distributed, and also you will be sent by email the activities right across the island. And so, Madam Speaker, I close today in this Honorable George William Gordon House with a reminder that resilience and strength is not in the power and authority we wield at any given moment, nor is it about our position in life. Rather, it is in our ability to be humble and to work for the betterment of all our people, particularly the weak, the poor, the vulnerable, including our elderly, our women, and our girls. As such, let us march forward to play our part in sustaining our proud heritage, remembering in the words of Bob Marley, I quote, "The greatness of a man is not in how much wealth he acquires, but in his integrity and his ability to affect those around him positively." God bless our proud heritage, resilient and strong. God bless our people and the memory of our ancestors who he brought from chattel enslavement to freedom, so that we in this house and across Jamaica, that we may all live and serve God and each other. God bless Jamaica. Land we love.
Thank you, Minister.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the people of St. Thomas Eastern to show our support to observe annually the 11th day of October as Paul Bogle Day. This is an excellent day to celebrate him. On October the 11th, 1865, Paul Bogle, seeking to protest against the oppression and injustice affecting his people,
Member, it's a statement by Minister. The response should first come from the opposition spokesperson in the area. So even though your mic was on, I'm going to turn your mic off. And if you are making a contribution to support the minister's presentation, we will take that after. Thank you. Yes. You turned off your mic again. Oh, you're yielding? Turn your mic on, please, opposition leader. Turn your mic on. Press your mic on. It's not on. Oh, beautiful.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for her presentation this afternoon, outlining the activities for upcoming National Heritage Week, which is a very important week in the life of our country as we celebrate, acknowledge, recognize the tremendous sacrifices made by our heroic ancestors, leading to our achieving nationhood and are inspiring us in our ongoing quest for building a better Jamaica and developing our people and achieving their hopes and dreams. I just want to say how pleased I am to hear that there will be a date in October, I believe it's the 14th, when, the 11th, is it? The 11th, that the Right Excellent Paul Bogle will be commemorated, and it will be a special day in his honor. I had actually moved a motion in this House on the 26th of July, 2022, last year, calling for that very thing. With recitals summarizing the tremendous courage and leadership that Paul Bogle showed in St. Thomas, and the ultimate sacrifice that he paid with his life. In the case of my motion, I had suggested that the date of commemoration should have been the date of his martyrdom, which is the 24th of October. But I am quite pleased to see that the government has decided to have that date of commemoration be a date in October, and the 11th is the date that the so-called Morant Bay Rebellion. Yeah, because it's controversial. It's controversial because there are people who regard it as an uprising. There are people who regard it as a war. So I'm just saying the original term of describing it is controversial. That's why I say it's called a so-called Morant Bay Rebellion. I think it was a much more serious event in our history than perhaps the word rebellion. Adequate, it's somewhat inadequate to describe what it really is. And I'm sure in the future this is something we can look at. But I am pleased to see that we will be commemorating his memory in that way, because his role in our history is so important. 1865 was a turning point when the landless and oppressed people of St. Thomas stood up, and the system of oppression which gave rise to their determination to fight for their rights in that way suffered a somewhat cataclysmic rejection. And although hundreds of people died in it, it did lead to changes which have helped to move Jamaica to the point where we are today. And of course, we are here in George William Gordon House, and George William Gordon was somebody who gave his life as well in that struggle and was a strong supporter of Bogle and the people who followed Bogle. And so it's appropriate that here in George William Gordon House, we hear the announcement that the 11th day of October each year going forward will be the date to commemorate Paul Bogle. So I am happy to see that happen. And my motion will no longer be necessary. Although there is one aspect of the prayer which I would ask be considered, which is for a candlelight ceremony each year to commemorate the struggle against slavery across the world, where persons who join in that cause, in that fight, can participate by lighting candles to commemorate this annually. And this was something that I thought would be take Jamaica to the world in another way. And I would commend that for your consideration, Minister. Otherwise, we look forward to the activities in the coming week, and we will participate in them as best we can. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very good use of time. You have turned your mic off, Member Daly. You have pressed the wrong thing. Member Daly, you have pressed the wrong thing. Yeah. Could you turn on another mic, Member Daly, if yours is not coming on? Not coming on. No, Member Charles' mic was also on, so I'm going through it. So your mic is now on, Member Daly.
Yeah. Madam Speaker.
Member Daly from St. Catherine Eastern.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to join with the Minister, the Parliament in our celebration. I look forward every year to this kind of celebration because with all that we are celebrating in this country, National Heroes Week or Day should be one that we are extremely proud of. It is one that has caused us, with the color of our skin, with our background, where we are coming from, to be in this honorable house. So I want to join with you, Minister, in this celebration. Madam Speaker, I have a little concern, and I have been repeating it over and over again.
Member Daly, let me just remind you that the contribution in respect of the response has already been done, and you're currently carrying out a further debate.
Thank you.
Would you be so kind as to go straight to your question? Thank you, Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have two questions. One, Madam Speaker, is in regards to our heritage sites, to preserve the history that we are so proud of. And two, Madam Speaker, I would love to see, just as what we are going to be doing for Paul Bogle, that we ensure that we speed up the process of the expungement of the record, the criminal record of Marcus Mosiah Garvey. Thank you.
Member Brownberg, member from St. Andrews Southwest.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to just simply add to ask two questions, as well as to add my own support to the idea of the Paul Bogle Day on October 11th and what we normally do for National Heritage Week and how important that is. So my first question really is around some of what we need to do, or what are some of the plans to ensure that our children would come to accept Marcus Garvey's
an important quote that he has made, that the black skin is not a badge of shame, but rather a glorious symbol of national greatness. What are some of the things we are doing to make sure that our young children can be proud of their black skin, their mother tongue, Jamaican language, patois, that we can normalize their kinky hair so it can look like man and it's still okay wherever they are, whether they want to do locks or they want to do braids. What are we doing about that? That's one. Because I believe that's a really good way to pay homage to our national heroes. The second question really arises because as you were naming our heroes, I looked at them. And because my first question was about the black skin, I looked at them and realized that they symbolized the out of many one people. And I then wanted to ask Minister, because I think the time has come for us to have a debate, a conversation in this Jamaica around class, race, color, skin, poverty. Yes? And I believe, I want to ask you, Minister, if you would agree that that courageous conversation is really needed in a way that prevents us in Parliament or on a political stage from weaponizing the issue of race. From weaponizing the issue of race. Because we have seen it. Because we have seen it. And so I want to ask that question. Because I believe, Madam Speaker, if some persons can get up in this Parliament and talk about the importance of integrity, then I certainly can stand here and talk about us not weaponizing the issue of race.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member Charles, I know that we have a practice of making a statement to support the minister. However, strictly by the standing order, you're really required to ask a question. So would you be so kind? Would you be so kind as to look at your statement very quickly and convert it into a question for the minister? Hold a moment, please, member. Prime Minister.
The member contemplates her question. Madam Speaker, I want to commend the minister for advising the House and bringing this matter to us and actually ensuring that we have a special day dedicated. My question to the minister, so that I'm in keeping with the standing orders. But will the minister give further details as to the government's concrete plans for the construction of a museum in Morant Bay, which, Madam Speaker, is a tangible and definitive way of marking our heritage and ensuring that our Jamaican people can feel and interact with our history and with the artifacts that represent our culture, real and tangible things that mark our culture. Minister.
Minister, you have one more question.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I rise on behalf of the people of St. Thomas Eastern to show our support and to observe annually the 11th day of October as Paul Bogle Day. This is an excellent day to celebrate him. On October the 11th, 1865, my question comes at the end, but I can ask it now. I noticed on October the 11th, 1865, Paul Bogle, seeking to protest against oppression and injustice affecting his people by the colonial government, led an uprising in St. Thomas. I agree that October the 11th is the best day to celebrate Paul Bogle based on that, and I'm asking, after looking at this Heritage Week, I noticed there's nothing for St. Thomas on this year. So that's my main question. But during the Baptist War, the Morant Bay Courthouse was burnt down to the ground. And Madam Speaker, in my previous State of the Constituency debate, I not only asked the Minister for this particular proclamation,
What is your point of order, member?
Madam Speaker, I was listening for the question. I still really haven't heard it, and I'm wondering at your latitude today.
I'm listening, member, and I've heard one question already, and I've observed that the beginning of the formulation of another question very clearly is being posited by the member. So the latitude you were given. Go, Member Charles, member from St. Thomas.
Thank you again. The member Brown Burke, who loves St. Thomas.
Eastern.
Allow me. They were pointing Princess Margaret and you, right?
Member Charles, to your question, please.
And my question, and I must say, Speaker, that the leader of the opposition stated that what he stated in his request last year. In my maiden speech, which was October the 20th, 2021, I actually asked the member from St. Catherine and the minister to consider a proclamation day. So I must tell the leader of the opposition, thank you for supporting me. But my question to the minister, he wasn't here. My question to the minister is, seeing that we're going to be getting some buses to the rural side, can we plan the day where we can invite almost all of the Jamaican children to St. Thomas Eastern for October the 11th?
Minister, please turn your mic on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will try to answer all the questions. I will first start with the Leader of the Opposition's comments. I want to thank him so much for his comments, and to also recognize that a motion was moved, that we had actually started the work prior to the motion being moved, that we have introduced a series of days national recognition of our national heroes. So we did the Sam Sharp, and we have the Garvey Day, and so on. But I really want to thank you for giving it support. And just to indicate that October 11 was selected based on consultations with our historians. And I just want to read quickly from the proclamation. It says, and whereas the Right Excellent Paul Bogle, national hero, was a man of notable acumen and character, displaying leadership and courage in the face of insurmountable odds, having no regard for the potential harm he would face from an entrenched, dehumanizing, and oppressive system, and whereas there is at present no knowledge of the date of his birth, save that he was born and lived in Stonygut in the parish of St. Thomas, that it is deemed fitting that in lieu of his date of birth, that the most appropriate day on which to celebrate his achievements and solidify his memory in the minds of every Jamaican, including those not yet born, is the day in which his war for the dignity, integrity, and better working and livable conditions of his people began, being the 11th day of October in the year 1865. And this proclamation, I'll just read it close. It says, now therefore I, Patrick Clinton Allen, member of the Order of the Nation, Knight Grand Cross of the Most Distinguished Order of St. Michael and St. George, Knight of Grace of the Most Venerable Order of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem, Governor General of Jamaica, do hereby proclaim and make known that the 11th day of October shall be observed annually as Paul Bogle Day. And so we did research, and the historians all agreed that it should be the 11th. And I should just highlight that if you notice, we do floral tributes to our heroes, and we do not call it wreath laying, because we celebrate their birth, not their death. And that's why we would not have celebrated Paul Bogle's death, but more in terms of something that was done positively to impact on the lives of Jamaicans, then and now and in the future. I think there was a slight oversight by the Member of Parliament from St. Thomas. We do have an activity listed here, which is being done in collaboration with the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission and the National Library, the library, the St. Thomas Library Service. We will next year plan a major event in St. Thomas. By then, the museum would have been far advanced, and Prime Minister did ask the question. I came equipped with the information. I just asked them to load up the images, but we have been meeting. We have been meeting with Chase. The Prime Minister gave the instructions that the Morant Bay Courthouse be restored and that a state-of-the-art museum be established there. We are far advanced in the design. In a few seconds, I think they will be able to put the images up. I'm quite impressed with the work that has been done so far by the JNHT and by Chase and our technical people in the ministry. Prime Minister, we have heard you.
Not just symbolism,
real thing. It involves also partnership with the Institute of Jamaica, who will be responsible for the artifacts and the design of the internal display. But work is far advanced, and I'm very, very happy that we have been able to make it. Many, many years ago, there are those who tried to restore the courthouse, and the idea of a museum was floated. But now we're talking about tangible things that will be done. And I'm proud that we have been able to achieve that. In relation to candlelight, the leader of the opposition mentioned a candlelight ceremony. Yes, we plan to do that, but we plan to do that on March 25, which has been proclaimed National Day of Remembrance of the victims of the transatlantic trade in Africans and chattel enslavement. And this was again proclaimed by the Governor General, and we will be planning a candlelight ceremonies right across the island on March 25. The expungement that was mentioned here by the member from St. Catherine, I just want to remind members that we actually took a bill to Parliament where we made sure that we walk the talk, that we ensured that the records of our national heroes were expunged, including that of Marcus Garvey. And not only that, but we asked that all the freedom fighters were also taken into consideration. So we have already done that. What we have no control over is the expungement of Garvey's record in the United States. But we are doing our work in relation to that. Last year, the Prime Minister wrote to the President, and Biden, and we will continue to have those discussions with those who are actively working on the expungement in the United States, and we will continue to press the administration for the expungement.
Minister, are you almost finished answering your questions? You're at 10 minutes in answering
yes,
questions. Yes,
I'm wrapping up. I'm wrapping up.
Thank you, Minister.
And just to indicate to members that we have a full transcript, this thick, of the trial of Garvey, and it is available for research. So any member here who would like to see it and go through it, it's available. The JNHT had put it together, and it's available. So we're working when it comes to our culture and our heritage. Finally, the member from St. Andrew actually raised some interesting points. What are we doing about schools and addressing the matter of our culture and our African culture and our kinky hair and all of that? Well, there is a policy that now exists that the Minister of Education announced. And further to that, we have developed a program that we're, through the JNHT, that we're taking into schools so that when they teach history and civics, they will include our experience as Jamaicans and our African retentions as part of the curriculum. Relation to taking to Parliament a discussion about class, race, color, poverty, and so on, I don't mind. It's not a bad idea, because what will come out of that is to recognize our own internal prejudices and how we have acted over the years towards each other. I know that the late Edward Seaga suffered very much from that. And myself and Minister Mackenzie, as products of West Kingston and his proteges, we used to say the only difference between Edward Seaga and us was the color of his skin. He was browning. He was a browning. But it would be, yes, he was a browning. It would be interesting to hear the discussions in this Parliament about race and prejudice. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope I did not exceed the 10 minutes, and I thank my colleagues for listening.
Thank you so much, Minister. Our next statement by Minister will be made by the member from St. Andrew West Central, the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, Prime Minister and Minister of Defense, Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very brief statement that I'm sure members will welcome. Madam Speaker, last week the Minister of Health and Wellness had given an update on the status of the outbreak of dengue fever in Jamaica. He had announced that the government of Jamaica, through the Ministry of Health and Wellness, had allocated some 331 million Jamaican dollars to activate the National Mitigation Plan based on their vector mapping studies. This comprised $96 million to the municipal corporation to support the mitigation works to be undertaken across the island, $160 million to the National Works Agency to coordinate the cleaning of major drains in high-risk communities, and $75 million to the National Solid Waste Management Authority for bulky waste removal from targeted communities. This program, announced by the Ministry of Health and Wellness, is targeted is a targeted program based on vector surveys. Today, I'm announcing a complementary program targeted at schools, households, and communities across the island. The first element of this program is an allocation of $70 million through the Ministry of Education and Youth to focus specifically on the cleanup of schools, and this will be done in collaboration, or rather through the NSWMA, but guided by the Ministry of Education. Madam Speaker, we have had several complaints of schools that are literally overtaken by mosquitoes, and so we're giving a strategic response with making that allocation. $70 million is not a lot, Madam Speaker, but if it is used in directed ways, in strategic ways, it can have an impact, particularly if it is used to target those schools that are most affected. Madam Speaker, the government is also announcing an allocation of $2 million per constituency for a community cleanup campaign, and this will focus, Madam Speaker, on the removal of bulky waste, but we also recognize that some of the breeding grounds could be open lots, and so there might be need for some bushing to take place. We're trying not to encourage too much of that right now, but it may be necessary. Madam Speaker, we acknowledge that as MPs get complaints and they survey their areas, particularly as it has started to rain heavily now and there will be this overgrowth, that it may be necessary. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Health will give a presentation and give further details as to what is happening on the dengue response. But I just want to say, Madam Speaker, that the allocation of these resources targeted at communities and households, it is specifically because whilst the Ministry of Health can pull certain levers, the fogging, the targeting of gullies and drains, but we really have to enlist the household in the fight against dengue. Because, Madam Speaker, all of us in here growing up would see our mothers or grandmothers doing their favorite thing of putting up the vase with the creeper, the croton, as they call it. But in it, there is this little thing wiggling in the water. And we take it for granted that that is a mosquito. Madam Speaker, we have to engage every citizen to do the simple things. Change the water in your flower pot or in your vase. If you are throwing plastic containers outside or even metal containers, bore them before and turn them down. If you have tires, right, as much as you can, puncture them, bore them, so that water does not settle. But, Madam Speaker, what we have discovered, and as the Minister of Health pointed out to me when he did an on-the-spot tour of certain areas, within the household, within the yard space, there might be, for example, an abandoned washing machine or a refrigerator. With the rains now, water is settling in those containers, and mosquitoes are breeding there. So this program is a response to have MPs, as much as they can, through their communities, arrange the removal of bulky waste or the clearing of certain lots that may be breeding grounds, breeding sites. So remember now, the Ministry of Health has allocated $330 million. Some of that would have gone to the NWA, who will be cleaning drains and gullies, public works. Some of that would have gone to the NSWMA, who would be doing general picking up of garbage, and some of that would have gone to the Ministry of Local Government, who would be doing some of the civil works as well in terms of clearing lots. But there will always be this gap which will require the Member of Parliament who will get complaints about a lot that is not cleaned or some issues to do with garbage removal, to give the capacity, the capability to respond. So this is what this is. Now remember, we will have a more extensive program coming up to the end of the year, but we recognize that we are now at, we have passed the threshold for the dengue outbreak, and so we are trying to ensure that it doesn't get any worse. So we are spending now, and therefore, Madam Speaker, I'm asking all the MPs that once you have been written to, so let me give you some details. The program is a collaboration between the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, who is putting up about $80 million for the program, the Ministry of Tourism through the Tourism Enhancement Fund, and the Ministry of Education. And those funds will be directed towards the MSWMA. If there is any bushing to be done, then that would have to come to the attention of the NWA. But the program itself is going to be directed largely to the NSWMA for bulky waste removal. So you will be written to, coming through the NSWMA, to say the allocation is made and the criteria and the various requirements, and you will fulfill that. So in another week or so, those letters should be out to you. I'm therefore, Madam Speaker, through this medium, enlisting all the MPs in being vigilant in their communities to use these funds as best as possible to respond. And I'm here using this platform to appeal to all households in Jamaica and to our schools in particular, that the greatest agent against the dengue outbreak and against the Aedes aegypti mosquito is actually the people who live in the communities. Because, Madam Speaker, when you do the research on the transmission of the dengue virus, the mosquito cannot fly very far, that particular mosquitoes, the Aedes aegypti, it cannot fly very far. So it stands to reason that you are probably being infected by a mosquito in your surrounding or very close to your surrounding. So if you really want to have an impact on it, then you must do the work to ensure that your immediate surrounding and your community is free of breeding sites for this particular vector. So, Madam Speaker, we have made the allocations. The Ministry of Health is doing its job, providing the fogging and the public education and so forth. And from an environmental health perspective, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, the Ministry of Tourism, the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Local Government. We're also doing our part to ensure that we bring this outbreak under control. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for being well within your allotted time for statement by Minister. Response.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a quick response to say the opposition joins in the effort to try to contain this dengue epidemic that we're under. It's a very dangerous situation, and we need to try and get it under control as quickly as possible. And it's really up to each and every one of us in our homes to be vigilant and to look for the sources of breeding. And sometimes it's in surprising places. It might not be a nice pool of water somewhere, but it can be underneath something where some moisture has collected, so in leaves and so on. So we need to really be vigilant there. And we're grateful for the allocation for the bulky waste removal. We'll see how far it can go. The costs of removing are quite substantial, so we'll see how far it can go. But Yeah, yes, for rural MPs with longer distances to travel as well. I appreciate that. So, Madam Speaker, let us all pull together in the fight against dengue. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Opposition Leader. Our next statement by Minister. Minister Tufton, there was a bit of technical difficulty. House, you may see on the screen the pictures that should have gone up during Minister Grange's presentation. Parliament was having some challenges. So while nothing is on our right, only on the left. Minister Tufton, in the interim, we will now take a statement by Minister Honorable Dr. Christopher Tufton, MP, Minister of Health and Wellness. Minister Tufton sent around copies of the statement earlier. Orderlies have. Actually, from the beginning of Parliament, I got mine very early. From the beginning.
Thank you very much.
Minister, before you begin, I'll let you know, for members who have a practice of turning on 2 mics, it doesn't work. What it actually does is to split the volume between the mics. So when more than 2 mics are on at a time, your volume is actually cut or reduced. So 1 mic is perfect under the system unless you're getting a feedback which requires that we reduce the volume.
Madam Speaker, thank you. And it's unfortunate that the implementers of the mic system did not arrange a tutorial so that we could avoid some of these errors that we're making.
Minister, you missed the tutorial.
Okay, I apologize. I take it back. Madam Speaker, I take this opportunity to update this Honourable House on the progress of the Ministry of Health and Wellness to increase our human resources for health in Jamaica and the relationship with primary health care reform. Very importantly, Madam Speaker and colleagues, last year I tabled a roadmap for the primary health care reform. The document was prepared as a continuation of the commitment to right-size the healthcare system to be more responsive to healthcare challenges being faced by the Jamaican people, including dengue, which the Honourable Prime Minister just spoke to, and the emergent diseases such as COVID-19. At that time, I reminded the Parliament and the public that plans for nurses, public health inspectors, and other professionals supplementary to medicine are now being finalized. I also noted, Madam Speaker, colleagues, at the time, that a tabled physicians' workforce document outlines the range of services that are provided at the primary, secondary, and tertiary levels of the healthcare system, and is to provide a framework for the human resource structure to support these services. Madam Speaker, I am pleased on behalf of the Government of Jamaica to announce that as of April 2023, all physicians are now operating from established posts within the organizational structure of the Ministry of Health and Wellness and the regional health authorities. As stated in my sectoral presentation, this is part of a 3-stage reform of human resources for health that will involve the creation of posts for all existing physicians currently in the workforce, the shift of service delivery within hospitals and health centers to meet the standard requirement for service delivery at the primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, and structuring a strategy that meets the physicians' workforce needs for the next 10 years, especially as it relates to the construction of new facilities under the CAPEX plan for the ministry tabled in 2019. In other words, Madam Speaker, we are creating and implementing the 10-year development plan that was tabled some time ago, 2019. Madam Speaker, we're dealing with the workforce now and right-sizing the workforce. And arrangements for physicians is one which needs our attention. The main issues that need to be addressed include the higher number of doctors who are employed to the government service in health facilities and otherwise who did not have a post, meaning they were on contract. Of the total 1,754 doctors who were employed to the government of Jamaica in February of this year, Madam Speaker, it would be interesting to note that 71% did not have an established post. Put a different way, 71% of the physicians who were employed to the government of Jamaica did not have tenure and had no job security. Implications of that clearly are fear, uncertainty, and suboptimal performance in some instances because of demotivation. Most persons were being employed on 3-year contracts, which was one of the issues raised by their representatives, the unions. This has eliminated this new arrangement, the archaic and counterproductive recruitment strategy of employing doctors on contract without being assigned to a post, reducing the effectiveness of retention strategies and reducing staff welfare, as there were no guarantees for pension and other benefits of being vested officers in the public service. The second action, Madam Speaker, is being supported under the compensation restructuring in the addition of 927 posts to which doctors can now be employed. Madam Speaker, permanent posts, 927. Today, I am pleased to announce that the government, through the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, in keeping with the recommendations of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, has approved the operation of the promised 927 new posts, Madam Speaker. So this is in addition to what is already there. This is in addition to the 140 additional posts that were granted in response to COVID-19. Madam Speaker, this is roughly, to put in context, a 60% increase in the number of physicians that can be employed within the health system. And I want to repeat that, a 60% increase in new posts, doctors who can be employed in the health system, Madam Speaker, thereby right-sizing the ratio of doctors to patients and advancing a more efficient service, hopefully, over time. This, Madam Speaker, is the highest number of physicians employed to the public health system in Jamaica's history, Madam Speaker. It is also the most significant increase in the number of doctors at any one time for the past 50 years, Madam Speaker. Most significant increase. And not on contract, permanent posts. So for the numbers, Madam Speaker, MO1, 177, MO2, 236, MO3, 176, MO4, 107, MO5, 37, a total of 727, Madam Speaker, new posts. In addition, 250 training posts have been added. The establishment of training posts will now allow for the replacement at the service delivery site when persons go off for training, Madam Speaker. What that means is that if a doctor is in the system, they have to go abroad to become specialized. A post exists for a replacement while they're overseas. This has not been the case prior to this point, thereby maintaining the ratio of doctor to patient and, of course, maintaining the level and the quality of service. This is an up to 40% increase in the number of junior doctors, Madam Speaker, MO1, MO2, and MO3 that will be working in the system. To contextualize, Madam Speaker and colleagues, we currently have some 300 plus doctors in the primary healthcare system. We are now adding 111, or a third of that establishment, to what currently exists, Madam Speaker, a major achievement in terms of supporting patient-to-doctor ratio in the primary healthcare system. Madam Speaker, we are emphasizing quality and comprehensiveness in care. The increase in the number of MO3 and MO4, which are specialist posts, will cause the health system to improve health service delivery, especially in the Type C hospitals. We're expanding services, especially in the peripheral hospitals. The Type C hospitals will all offer specialist services in general surgery, pediatrics, obstetrics and gynecology, internal medicine, emergency medicine, anesthetics, and radiology in parish hospitals. Additionally, Madam Speaker, to better manage the complications of NCDs, we will now offer more specialist services in the Type B and regional hospitals, including ophthalmology, nephrology, cardiology, and urology, just to name a few. It means, Madam Speaker, that when you go to a community hospital like Lionel Town or Frankfield, you are going to get in the future more services being offered, more doctors being available, and more specialist services being available for those residents in those communities. Madam Speaker, this represents the largest investment in human resource in the physician workforce in the last 4 to 5 decades, Madam Speaker, being undertaken by this Andrew Holness administration, Madam Speaker. You know, Madam Speaker, sorry to break from this script, but I saw today in one of the daily print where someone to my opposite was making the claim of chaos in public health that needed to be addressed. Well, I want to remind this House that we inherited chaos. We are now creating certainty and direction to the public health system. Madam Speaker, and I say so with the greatest of respect, because we have to work together. And I invite the member to work with us to create greater certainty from chaos. Madam Speaker, this represents, as I said, the largest investment because the government recognized that we needed a massive investment in public health, not just in buildings, which we are building, but in people to provide better service to the public. With these additional posts, the ministry will now move to properly staff the different services provided in comprehensive district and community health centers, as well as our Type C, Type B, and regional hospitals, and our Type A referral hospitals. Madam Speaker, I want to remind the members of the Honourable House and the people of Jamaica that this is a 10-year plan, and the 10-year plan was tabled here, which focused on all areas of expansion. We are now addressing the physicians' workforce, and these posts are now available, and all posts are established posts, not contracts with uncertainty. The phase of the intervention will be implemented over the next 2 years, Madam Speaker, 2 to 3 years. So we're going to be advertising, and then it's the ability to fill those posts that will determine how quickly we get up. On Sunday, this Sunday, October 15, 2023, the ministry will post in the media space some 674 jobs for new posts that have been created for all hospitals and primary care facilities within the public health system. So we're not just talking, we're going to demonstrate and show to the people of Jamaica and advertise these positions to be filled for the expansion of the workforce. Madam Speaker, as part of the reform, the ministry will also be adjusting the work arrangements for some physicians within hospitals. This relates to the introduction of a 7-day, 40-hour work week for certain physicians within hospitals. A big part of the restructuring is to have more people who will work less time under normal circumstances, which mean a more focused individual, specialist, doctor, who can give the patient the best possible response, as opposed to these long overtimes where we have persons who are tired and may even compromise the quality of the service. The new compensation, the government of Jamaica is committed to creating a working environment that supports employees to deliver high-quality services to the people of Jamaica. As part of that ongoing transformation in the public sector, we are restructuring the compensation system to address current and emerging issues, Madam Speaker, and this will include areas such as simplicity, easy to understand, what is on offer, consistency, equitable application and transparency across the sector, rewards performance, recognize and reward high performance, and sustainability, Madam Speaker, affordability, manageability, and other areas to get the best work response. In terms of the work arrangement, this is very important. In the implementation of the compensation review action, it has been identified that some work arrangements will need to be reviewed in order for the stated objectives to be achieved. One such arrangement is the rescheduling and work engagement of medical doctors who work in facilities across the island. The main issues that have been identified with the current practice is that it may cause long work hours for certain categories of workers that may compromise service delivery, as I said earlier. There's a sense of inequality in the application of the work schedules, which we are hoping to address, which means unequal compensation arrangements for different employees, and the current work arrangements can be made to be more efficient. by having more people being allocated over an extended period and across the system. Madam Speaker, the contemplation
Minister,
for the new...
your time for speaking has expired. House Leader, Minister Grange. Minister Grange.
Speaker, I ask for an extension of time to allow the member to complete his statement. Thank you.
The question is that the member be allowed a maximum of 10 minutes to complete his statement by Minister. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you for your generosity and understanding, Madam Speaker and members. Madam Speaker, the contemplation for the new work arrangements is for Saturdays and Sundays to be treated just as weekdays are treated, with doctors paid for doing regular duties 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. as part of a 40-hour work week, and overtime rates paid after 4 p.m. To implement this new arrangement, a revision of the scheduling practices within hospitals will have to be undertaken to ensure that all services are covered within standard at the facility. Schedules, Madam Speaker, will be developed to reflect all days as ordinary work days, and assignment of staff can be made by any day of the week. Health facilities will apply these rules in accordance with the requirement for service delivery, and each firm will be required to be staffed as close to the standard that is prescribed for the services being delivered, Madam Speaker. A lot of this will be explained in more details to the particular targeted group, but for us here, what it really means is that we're creating more structure, more predictability, and more people with less workload so that the people of Jamaica, our patients, our customers, can get better attention in a primary or secondary or tertiary healthcare facility. Madam Speaker, these new arrangements will apply to medical officers at levels 1 and 2, as well as medical interns and senior house officers working in hospitals. I must state here that the policy, when implemented, is not a one-size-fits-all directive. The management in each facility will be able to work with the clinical teams to make the system work, bearing in mind the overall objective of the plan. The final aspect of the plan seeks to ensure that we build out the required staffing structure for all the new investments that are being made in health. These include the construction of the Western Children and Adolescent Hospital, which is on the 8th floor, Madam Speaker, in terms of construction. So we're moving very nicely there. The rehabilitation of the Cornwall Regional Hospital, which is on its final phase, where work is expected to begin anytime now. Cabinet has already approved this. The construction of the new hospital in St. Catherine, that's the Spanish Town Hospital, which is on its final phase of approval, working with our partners at the IDB, the Ministry of Finance. The next step is for a final non-objection, then to Cabinet, and hopefully breaking ground soon. Madam Speaker, we are moving on the implementation of the Vision for Health 2030 strategic plan as we seek to strategically move the health system forward. The administration has made significant investments in healthcare during this year and over the past 6+ years, Madam Speaker, more than any other administration since independence, and that is an absolute fact, Madam Speaker. I congratulate the team for this transformational policy and action. Look forward to the full implementation of the workforce plan for physicians and the tabling of other workforce plans that are now being finalized. Madam Speaker, we're addressing different planks of public health. Today is a physician workforce plan. There are others that will come. I want to just quickly, in 3 minutes, just comment on public health inspectors. It is an issue that has been in the news recently for different reasons. Madam Speaker, I'm also happy to report that we're making progress on the recruitment and retention of another category of health personnel, or public health inspectors, whose job it is to identify and assess risks to human health in the environment and to take the necessary steps to eliminate these risks with minimal negative impact on the environment. We are well aware of the recent news reports which punctuate the need to boost the number of this category of health staff, and we are responding. We have created, Madam Speaker, an additional 500 posts on the structure of public health inspectors with employment ongoing at the level of our regional health authorities. So that has been approved. So in a sense, Madam Speaker, we currently have 600 posts. We have gotten approval for an additional 500, which will take us to 1,100, which means that the pressure will be significantly reduced and the capacity to inspect, to manage health-related issues within the wider environment will be greatly boosted, Madam Speaker. The government is taking action. So, a quick breakdown before I close. Western Regional Health Authority, 224 such new posts. Southeast Regional Health, 172 new posts. Southern Regional Health, 93 new posts. And Northeast Regional Health Authority, 60 new posts, Madam Speaker, 500 new posts. So we have challenges, but we're working to overcome those challenges. We have certainty in our plans and direction, and to the extent that there is chaos, it is positive chaos for the better. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Next will be the opposition spokesperson, Dr. Guy, St. Mary Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. No, it's all right. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the statement. I also want to endorse what he said, but to also say to him that if you can't change chaos in 7 years, if you have 70, you won't be able to change it either. Madam Speaker, the statement by Minister is timely in that part of the challenge with the doctors in the health sector over the years was security of tenure. And this was mentioned by the Minister in his sectoral presentation, and I see here where he's giving life to that presentation. Significantly, most of what he has said was covered in the sectoral presentation. And what is important, Madam Speaker, and I know the Minister emphasized it, but he buried it probably in about the third to last page, was that this particular thing will take place over the next 10 years. 2 to 3 years in terms of the numbers was part of the 10-year plan that you're having. Question I'd like to ask the Minister is, can you give us a breakdown of how many will be employed each year over those 2 to 3 years that you said? Secondly, you indicated on page 3 of the presentation, you gave a breakdown of the numbers in terms of MO1, MO3 to MO5, and you had a grand total of 727, but in the second paragraph, you had 927 posts. Can you reconcile the difference in those numbers for us, Minister? Thirdly, Minister, I want to ask a question because you mentioned that there will be standardization across the regions. Because do you know that currently in some regional health authorities, doctors who are qualified are employed at MO2 and in some MO3, whereas they have the same qualifications? Could you assure this country that that standardization will take place? Because we have had instances, and I can cite cases where graduates, surgical graduates of University Hospital were offered MO2 posts in the Northeast area Regional Health Authority, and they went to the Western region and got an MO3 post. On that point of post, so Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, can the Minister tell us what is the situation regarding the inability of Jamaican trained postgraduate qualified surgeons who have been given scholarship by the government of Jamaica to train in Cuba and have come back and cannot get consultancy posts at MO3, MO4, MO5 in the system? The other question, Madam Speaker, is the fact that the minister said that of the 675 jobs, sorry, there are 1,754 posts and 927 have been treated. What is happening to the 827?
Member
Your
Guy,
statement.
your time for speaking has expired, as you are not just making a response, but apparently asking the questions.
But both?
Yes. I would ask that the House Leader now move for the additional time.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the member be given 2 minutes to complete his presentation. Thank you.
The question is that the member be given 4 minutes to complete his questions. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Minister, the other matter is that you mentioned that this is in preparation for the expansion of Spanish Town Hospital, Cornwall Regional. The question that I'd like to ask, and which was asked earlier on, is can you give us an idea as to how many we've employed each year out of the numbers that you indicated? Similarly, for the public health inspectors, you have indicated that over 500 will be employed. When will they be employed, and during what period of time they'll be employed? Because anyone seeing or hearing this presentation gets the idea that it is something that is going to happen within a short period of time or right away. Is this an aspiration of what is the government would like, or is it an actuality within a particular time? I will know. Don't worry about that. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you so much. Minister?
Okay, so thank you, Madam Speaker. The members asked a number of questions, and some of these questions I'll have to have research and get more details. So the granular request around the numbers each year and so on, except that I'll say that for public health inspectors, the recruitment is taking place now. So if you are qualified or you know someone who is qualified member, please have them apply. I know that you're changing profession over the next year or two. You have indicated that. So. No, but it's being done now as we speak. In terms of the doctors over the next 2 to 3 years, and bear in mind, a 10-year strategic plan has to allow for time for build-out. So it's not, we couldn't do a plan by waving a magic wand. It's a long-term plan. And also remember, that we're picking up from a huge gap of not having the healthcare provision. You talk about chaos and 7 years. We had a very long time of inadequacy and to some extent deprivation of adequate facilities. It's not going to be that easy to just replace it. But having said that, in the true spirit of what we want to achieve together, I will say that a function of the employment is the availability of labor. And there are categories of labor, of workers, that we cannot access. As you know, we have a massive problem of migration and mobility of healthcare workers. So it's hard to say it's going to happen next month. There's some recruitment taking place now. I can provide you with a list. We're advertising, and that ad in the paper come this weekend will offer posts. But how many are available? Nevertheless, what is important is that this is not a delayed, this is an ongoing process that has started. The standardization across the regional authorities, remember I did say in the presentation too that there may be some need for flexibility, even though the objective is to standardize, because part of the rationale for the approach is to ensure that there is equity and there is transparency, so no one feels that somehow somebody else has an advantage over them. That, by the way, is linked to the compensation reform, the restructuring of the civil service, and that is the objective. But again, depending on scarcity, demand and supply, Those are issues that are legitimately likely to influence some of the arrangements that are put in place. And there's some flexibility for that. So I can't give you a definitive answer just to advocate the principle or the approach that is being taken or will be taken. In terms of the numbers you were questioning, I'm not sure I understood what you were asking. You spoke about we spoke about the 1,754, 71% being in contract positions. What I said, which is important, all are going to be in established posts. Now, you do know that a big concern of our medical or clinical workers has been the contract arrangement. And I think this government can take credit for doing what is necessary to giving workers security of tenure. Right? It means that they can plan their pension, they can plan for their retirement, they can know that if they perform, they will get compensated, they'll get promoted and so on. That was not the case before. So we're taking care of that, but we're doing more than that. We're hiring an additional 924. So I'm not sure what the misunderstanding is. That is, in other words, we're increasing the cadre by almost 60%.
Clarify something. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, Minister, on page 3 of your presentation, you highlighted the 927 posts to which doctors can be now employed. That's the second paragraph. But the table down below accounted for 727 as opposed to 927. Is it a different number, or is it a different category you're looking at? That's one of the concerns I have.
Oh, I see. It possibly is the 140 that has already been engaged due to COVID that may have accounted for that. But let me look at it and see whether or not it's an error or it's the 140. But I can confirm that it is 927 new posts that are being created, and we will embark on a hiring process over time to satisfy that number. Thank you very much, Madam. The Cuba. I don't know that there's an issue. If persons qualify and they meet the requirements, remember now we have a medical council that registers these persons once they meet requirements. I don't have control over them. I mean, we do appoint some of the members. If there's an issue, I'm happy to investigate it, because we do need particular types of specialists in certain areas. And we have a great relationship with Cuba in terms of supplying medical personnel. So I don't know why there would be a problem, but I'll investigate. Jamaicans, yeah, right, Jamaicans, I'll investigate.
Thank you. Announcements. Clark?
Laid on the table of the House today are the following: the Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions Associated Producer Discovery Bay Operations Limited Order 2023 and its resolution under the Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions Act, and the Integrity Commission's report of investigation concerning allegations of irregularities in the approval processes which resulted in the construction of a residential development located at number 11 Charlie Mount Drive, Kingston 6, contrary to, inter alia, the permits issued by the KSAC, NEPA, and the Building Act.
Bills brought from the Senate.
Madam Speaker, I asked you before in relation to the Attorney General's opinion on the tabling of reports from the Auditor General and the Integrity Commission. You had indicated that you needed some time to look at the documents. Can you update the House as to the status of the opinion and whether the opinion will be shared with the House?
I don't think there's a challenge asking that the information be shared. The Attorney General would have written directly to the Speaker, but I do not see an issue with members asking for and being copied with the opinion so far. No, I would say that I have still not had a chance to review. In respect of I have not. It is a lot of information that one has to process in the period, and I will respond to you in the morning. Tomorrow. Go ahead.
As a follow-up, are there any reports from either the Auditor General or the Integrity Commission that have been sent to Parliament that have not yet been tabled?
Not to my knowledge.
Madam Speaker, one thing, I noticed that this particular report was sent here on the morning of last week, Tuesday. It wasn't tabled in the afternoon when we met as a House. It wasn't tabled in the Senate on Friday. It was just tabled now. But there was a report in a daily newspaper about the matter today as if it had been leaked in some way or some aspect of it had been. And I think this is a problematic approach. These reports should be tabled immediately as they're received on the next sitting of the House to avoid this asymmetry of the sharing of information so that all media houses get it at the same time and we have total transparency around these issues. So I'm really asking that we proceed on that in that way rather than delaying the process and then it gets fed out to the media selectively in the way that seems to have happened this time around.
I am going to allow the House Leader to respond to you first.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think this Honourable House and both sides are committed to the standing orders and the proceedings thereof. I think also the Integrity Commission Act, Section 54, which mandates them to send the report to the Parliament to be tabled. And 73D of the standing order is very clear in terms of the procedures that the report ought to be then passed to the Oversight Committee. It's very clear, very clear to be passed to, this is not to say. As a matter of fact, that's not true. The annual report, no, and all other reports. Can we give me a copy of the standing orders? And all other reports that may be passed to it. All other reports. Exactly. So the point is, no.
Hold a moment, please. House Leader, hold a moment. Opposition Leader, I'm going to ask you to allow the House Leader to speak, and then you may, if you would like to rebut, do so.
No. To be very clear on it, because we're very. However, it says the Integrity Oversight Committee shall have the duty of 1, monitoring and receiving the performance of the functions of the Integrity Commission. 2, reporting to both Houses of Parliament on any matter relating to the performance of the function of the Integrity Commission. Receiving the annual report and any other report of the Commission and submitting recommendations in relation thereto to both Houses of Parliament. And any other report. Very clear. Assessing the effectiveness of the Integrity Commission and the appropriateness of its procedure. So I think in practice, over time, the issue of when the report is tabled is, again, the standing order is very silent on that. It doesn't actually say when. But for good order, we accept that. But I think that the point that the Speaker has made is worth considering. If in the morning you get a report, a voluminous report of 90 pages and more, as a Speaker of the House, you have to affix your signature to it to say, yes, this is in order for tabling. Absolutely. No, but the Speaker has to append her signature to it. Exactly. So what is it that she is affixing her signature to? No, but that is done already when it arrives to the clerk and at the registry. Well, in all fairness, all speakers, to my best knowledge, have had a chance to look at the reports before it is tabled. And when the report, in all fairness, comes in the morning and then is expected to be looked at, reviewed, and tabled, that's a little difficult. And I think members should appreciate that. And that's the only reason it wasn't tabled last Tuesday. Absolutely only reason. And therefore, it concerns me though. It concerns me that a member of this, not this particular house, but a member of the Houses of Parliament should find it necessary to go in the public space to infer that the government, you know, Madam Speaker, it's shocking as it is unbelievable that the government would leak, and there's no value to it on any side, for that matter. And the, you know, Madam Speaker, we have another place to meet at another time this week, and members on that side are also on the Oversight Committee, and we will meet, and we will have a conversation on that, because it's of some importance that this whole process is carried through with a minimum, in fact, with zero opaqueness. We talk about transparency, but we also have to be fair to each other and to be honest in our statement, and not to seek to make cheap political mileage out of every aspect of this. And there are some other things that we will talk about at another place and another time in relation to even public utterances concerning inferences regarding reportings that the Commission is alleged to have made, when in fact it hasn't. But we'll deal with that at another point. Madam Speaker, you know, as chairman of the Oversight Committee, I've been very reticent in these matters, because it is for me at all times to be there as that even hand to ensure that we are clear, we are honest, and we're upright, and we're straightforward in all our doings. And therefore, I don't get quoted in the media responding to things readily. But today, I find it very, very unfair. And Madam Speaker, the implications of it I find absolutely. May I speak to Madam Speaker?
Madam Speaker, 2 points. First of all, the scheme of the Act contemplates confidentiality internally within the Integrity Commission until the report comes to Parliament and is tabled. The Speaker and the President of the Senate are not a vetting officer for the reports of the Integrity Commission. The reports should be tabled promptly, and they may then be referred to the Oversight Committee for review, but they cannot be reviewed by the Oversight Committee before they've been tabled in Parliament and become a public document for Jamaica to know what the contents are. And the reason why we feel strongly about this is because of what we've seen happening over the last few months, where there has been, your predecessor sought legal opinions on whether reports should be tabled or not. We haven't seen the legal opinion yet. We've been asking for it. We hope we'll see it this week. But the point really is that there should be transparency with these reports. When they come to Parliament, they should be tabled promptly, and it is not for the Speaker or the President to decide whether or not they're to be tabled. That is not their role. It is for the public, through their representatives in Parliament, to assess those reports, and the Oversight Committee, when they've been tabled, can review them. But they can't put the cart before the house and use the Oversight Committee as a way of deferring transparency in the governance of the country. We don't support it.
There is nowhere in the standing orders that it indicates the Speaker or President signing of the report is signing, receiving it. When the report comes to the Parliament, the process is one in which it is received by the registrar, and it is sealed, and the registrar notes having received the document. In the media, very often, it is referred that documents are received by the Speaker because it is copied to the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker. However, it doesn't necessarily mean that it is received. I have been going through a process of reviewing the current existing process here at the Parliament, because when one goes out and impugn the reputation and argue the government, it also impugns the reputation of our staff here at the Parliament and have persons within the Parliament looking at each other. It should not be done. The system is one that is very confidential and tight, and it will be tightened further. And I, for one, will not be affixing my signature to something unless I've looked at it. I can't just sign a document. I can't just sign a piece of paper. Every single document that has been placed before the Speaker is read and signed. Every single document placed before the Speaker is read and signed. So we can always make the necessary changes in the future to say a document from the Integrity Commission does not have to be reviewed and does not have to be signed by the Speaker, or the signature means only acknowledging receipt. And we are going to be updating our own internal process in terms of the custody of the document as it goes through the system to ensure that we know how it passes through the system. A report received in the morning, you are not aware at what time the Speaker necessarily gets to Parliament that day. And the approach has been to table in the House and then the Senate, a process we would like to continue to maintain, as that is in good order. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, just to bring me fully in line with where we are on the agenda,
we're going to complete announcement unless you have something else
do
to
complete
say.
announcement and then.
So our
we
next
go
item
in the
is
normal
bills brought
order.
from the Senate, petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries that at the next meeting of the House, he will move the following motion. The Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions Act. The Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions Associated Producers Discovery Bauxite Operations Limited Order 2023 Resolution. Whereas, by virtue of Section 4.1 of the Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may, by order, declare to be an associated producer, 1, any bauxite producer with whom the government has an agreement in force or under which the government is associated, either directly or indirectly, with that bauxite producer in the production of bauxite or alumina in Jamaica or in related enterprises. Or B, any person who, 1, is engaged in the winning in Jamaica of bauxite or in the producing in Jamaica of alumina from bauxite, 1 in Jamaica, and is, in the opinion of the Minister, in special relationship with the government, or 2, is engaged in the winning in Jamaica of bauxite, or in the producing in Jamaica of alumina from bauxite, 1 in Jamaica, or is engaged in either related enterprises, or in all those activities and enterprises, and in any has entered into a special agreement with the government for the purpose of facilitating the carrying on of those activities or enterprises, or rationalizing the bauxite industry. And whereas, as the Discovery Bauxite Operations Limited is engaged in the winning in Jamaica of bauxite and is, in the opinion of the Minister, in special relationship with the government, and whereas, on the 4th day of October 2023, the Minister made the Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions Associated Producer Discovery Bauxite Operations Limited Order 2023, having been satisfied that the requirements of Section 4 of the Act were met, and whereas, by virtue of Section 4.4 of the Act, any order made under subsection 1 of the section shall be subject to affirmative resolution of the House of Representatives. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Honorable House as follows. 1. These resolutions may be cited as the Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions Associated Producer, Jamaica Bauxite Mining Limited Order 2023 Resolution. And 2. The Bauxite and Alumina Industries Special Provisions Associated Producer, Discovery Bauxite Operations Limited Order 2023, which was laid on the table of this House on the 10th day of October 2023, is hereby affirmed.
Thank you, House Leader. Questions and answers to questions. House Leader, time being after 3:15, sir.
Madam Speaker, the time being 5:47, I now move that the House be allowed to receive the answers to questions at this time.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Member Brownberg, the questions are standing in your name.
Madam Speaker, will the Prime Minister and the Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation please answer the question standing since March 2023 in my name?
Prime Minister, would you be so kind as to turn on your mic, sir? Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the member from St. Andrews Southwest for asking these questions. I've sent her on. My understanding, Madam Speaker, is that these questions were asked but were routed circuitously through the Ministry of Education and then subsequently found themselves to my desk. Yes, I believe that you asked these questions then of the Minister of Education. So, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, would the Minister indicate the status of the National Unattached Youth Program that is offered by the Heart NSTA Trust in light of the importance of skills training programs for at-risk youths, especially with the additional negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic? Answer: there is an ongoing review of the National Unattached Youth Program following its suspension in 2020. The suspension was triggered by factors including A, the Auditor General Department's assessment of the program citing concerns of value for money due to issues such as poor attendance, low certification, and other unfulfilled objectives. B, the Heart Trust NSTA evaluation of the viability of the program. Question number 2, if the National Unattached Youth Program will continue, would the Minister indicate A, the provisions that will be made in the upcoming budget to facilitate it? Answer: the program is still under review, pending a finalization by March 2024, which will guide the way forward. And B, the arrangements to ensure that proposals by members of Parliament will be facilitated. And the answer: the program is still under review, hence a determination cannot be made until there is finalization. However, the Heart NSTA Trust continues to engage unattached at-risk youth and will continue to facilitate members of Parliament referring unattached youth into stipend-based and other training programs of the Trust. Question number 3. If the National Unattached Youth Program is not to be continued, would the Minister provide an update of the program for unattached and at-risk youths that was to be funded by the European Union and any other program intended to address this? Answer: while we await the outcome of the review of the National Unattached Youth Program, the Trust continues to engage unattached at-risk youth through multiple programs and have implemented many recommendations to ensure the engagement of youth. The recommendations implemented include: 1, as stated in response to question 2B, members of Parliament referring unattached youth to stipend-based and other training programs of the Trust. 2, career counseling services were strengthened to provide unattached youth with guided counseling during training. 3, unattached youth being assigned mentors to help pivot their direction towards being wholesome citizens. And 4, the Jamaica National Service Corps, administered by the Jamaica Defense Force, continues to successfully attract, train, certify, and employ unattached youth. Starting this year, the Heart NSTA Trust will increase its collaboration with the JDF JNSC to recruit an additional 2,000 youth to the program yearly. And then, as regarding the EU funding through the Citizen Security Program, under our Citizen Security Plan, the European Union has committed to providing budgetary support over a 3-year period, which commenced in April 2021. The Heart NSTA Trust is mandated to lead the accomplishment of performance indicator number 5, which is the number of at-risk youth that receive a professional qualification or certification of their skills. Letters were sent to all members of Parliament in June 2021 to advise them of this initiative and to request that they identify at-risk youth who can benefit from training and certification from their constituencies, with special focus on crime hotspot communities and zones of special operations. The Trust is in the 3rd year of implementing the program, with over 27,000 unattached at-risk youth island-wide trained and certified thus far. The Trust continues to engage unattached at-risk youth through its varied programs and services, such as institution-based training, community-based training, work-based training, and job placement services. Examples of these are the National Service Corps Program, the Hope Summer Youth Work Program, the Empowerment Program, and the Graduate Work Experience Program, amongst others.
Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if I could actually get a copy of the response because I still haven't. Oh, okay. No problem. Thank you. No, that's okay. It is a program in which many members of Parliament have a great interest, and so I have absolutely no problem. In fact, Prime Minister, it would have been good if you had more than one copy, given the importance of such a program. Yeah, but in terms, thank you for the response, Prime Minister. Prime Minister, I'll be honest, I hear the response that you have given in terms of the review that is being done. I mean, I am well aware of the report, the assessment, and what it said. I am well aware of some of the negative reports coming from it and some of the recommendations made. I have a couple of things around that. One is, I'm not sure if any other member of Parliament was or is being consulted to get their opinions and their suggestions as individuals who have partnered with HEART for a number of years with the program. I know that when I came in, I did have quite a number of sessions with them, and the programs were useful. I am aware that in 2021, there was, especially for communities, as you said, with crime hotspots and so on, that there was an offering. And I think that that was a very short-term certification, 6-week program, which was helpful. I want to say, though, that I believe that this really is a matter of priority. You have now taken, what, 3 years in the review? Yes, since 2020, since the report. Since the report, 2021, we're now in 2023, almost coming down to the end. I believe, I'm sure you understand my angst and my anxiousness to have it moving. I hear what you have outlined as some of the alternatives. They don't cut it, they don't make it. Yes? And many of the members of parliament who have not gotten a substitute program, I am sure, are feeling, yes, the impact of that. There were issues. I'm the first to say that every single time a rotation ended, I made my suggestions to the officers who were there. I think where we are now, there still is a kind of gray area about how we collaborate. Heart NSTA has, for a long time, said that if you can find X number of youngsters who are interested in a particular program, that they'll be able to come in and do it. It really does not work like that on the ground. I don't know what the experience has been for all members of parliament, but it is not consistent. It is not consistent. And I believe, in as much as it's a lot of money that we're spending here, I believe you're also seeing that not spending the money on the education side, on the retraining and skills development side, you have another side where you're going to have to spend it, which is on the crime side and on the other side, which is where we are seeing the impact of not doing those programs. Prime Minister, I couldn't respond to you without saying to you, for example, many people believe that one of the substitutes is the LIFT program. Excellent program in terms of concept. But when everybody comes to you and you send them back to the Member of Parliament, having given the Member of Parliament 8 Dengue form, and I'm not asking permission to use that word, because this is Jamaica, right? 8 Dengue form.
No member. We are required to follow the standing orders, and if you're of that view, then we need to change the standing orders.
But Dengue form, I didn't know
so
that
you have
that
to
was a
still
word
ask permission or say it, and don't make the comment you're not asking permission, because that is an indication that you're making an announcement that you're disobeying the standing orders, and you can so do.
No, Madam Speaker, as a polyglot, and until Jamaica recognizes the Jamaican language as a proper language, I don't know it to be any other than the word Dengue is part of our lexicon. Yeah. No, it's part of our local lexicon. Dengue.
A moment, member. So opposition leader, even though you didn't ask your question on the mic, I can answer. I ask pardon of the House because I appreciate the standing order says that we must speak the English language. Whether or not we like it, it is the standing order. We are at liberty to change our standing order. That is up to us. That is up to us. Not yet. So, I would not like Member Brown-Burke, when she speaks, to indicate she is not going to ask any pardon because it means she's announcing, I do not intend to follow the standing orders. The Speaker will not allow it. Go ahead, Member Burke.
Madam Speaker, we stood here today talking about our national heroes. And
Member, please stick to your questions. Please stick to your questions. Please stick to your questions. It is not a debate. We follow the standing orders. English language until we make the change. Turn on your mic, member. If you go back to having a debate, unfortunately, the Speaker will have to turn the mic off again. So I'm asking your member to just go to the questions. Thank you so much. Thank you, member.
Madam Speaker, I hope you will give me the same latitude you gave the member for East St. Thomas in leading up to my question. And so I hope you recognize that I stand today right before National Heroes Week to respond to the Prime Minister with a few comments. And therefore, I'm standing with that courage of Nani and Paul Bogle and Marcus. And so again, I ask the Prime Minister, honestly, I believe that this is really such a very important part of what we have to do because of where we are. In this our 61st year, that 8 Dengue forms just cannot do.
Member Brownberg, you remember you're not allowed to speak unless acknowledged by the speaker and your mic is turned on. You can sit. Member Brownberg, I am asking you not to make up your mind. You are not going to obey the standing orders. So if we have had a discussion and the speaker has said to you, if you would like, particularly as it relates to language, which has been done by members of the House, to speak in our local language, because it's ours, you should ask permission, and you are usually allowed to do so. It is out of order to do anything else and to repeat it after the speaker has spoken, because that is a further indication that you have no respect for the speaker's chair. Additionally, Member Nita Headley, you are sitting, Garvey, you are sitting in the esteemed seat of the opposition spokesperson on leader of opposition business, the correct name, leader of opposition business. When you occupy that chair, you're required to deport yourself in keeping with the position. That's... Member Brownberg, you had one last question.
The one last point that I wanted to make is really, in the 3 years that we have not, that we are reviewing the program to come up with something else that would be similar and of the same magnitude or the same import that we had intended. I wanted to ask what was happening in terms of the role that many thought HEART would play, which is around the skills training and the certification, especially when every now and again we hear the conversation about the need to import workers or individuals in industry complain about the quality of the workers that we have and the productivity of the workers that are coming out. So I wanted you also to address how we are filling that gap. And do you believe, in terms of the little programs that you have named, if they really fully cover what is needed?
Prime Minister, the EU has a youth at risk program, and I've, as an MP, participated in that. What I want to know is that officially the program that is replacing the NUYP? It has very similar characteristics, and it provides a stipend. It's a much shorter program, though. It's 6 weeks of technical training and then 2 weeks of what they call life skills, communication, interpersonal skills, etc. I have found that program to be very useful because the shorter version allows the recipients to do something in a period, then try and get a job. The question, though, is that the replacement? And I have been engaging with HEART about one of the major bugbears with this program, the payment of the stipend. Many of the unattached youth don't have bank accounts. When they provide information, very often there's an error. So when the payment is made so late, and it's $500 a day, but the people need it to come back to school the following day. And very often the payment is made in arrears, which makes it difficult for many to continue. And so I've been encouraging them to adopt a digital wallet type approach in this case, and to pilot that to see how we can pay these youngsters on a timely basis at the end of a week, so they have the money so they can come back the following week. But I have found that that has been one of the biggest impediments to continuation in the program. And if we are able to rectify that particular issue, we'll find that enrollment will remain higher and people will stay in the program until its completion. So I commend that to you. I've raised it with HART already. I know they have done some preliminary investigation, but I haven't seen it roll out yet. And whether this, the youth at risk, replaces NUYP.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. 2 points and questions. One relates to the program as it is and whether or not it is properly resourced in terms of financial resource and human resource. I am one who spends a lot of energy and time on training of our young people, as I find it to be something that is most critical to be able to get them from where they are to where they need to be and to alleviate the levels of crime in our communities. So much so that I believe that the numbers currently coming out of that constituency, the level of support being given really doesn't match up. And so we are falling behind, not because we don't have the numbers, but because HART is unable to handle the numbers. Secondly, I'm curious to know whether or not there can be an arrangement made so that NCT VET, which is the certifying body, which is now located in the Ministry of Education, can really be a part of HART, because there is a disconnect somehow between what happens when the youngsters are trained to when they are to be receiving their certificates. So there can be even a period of up to 3 years before a youngster can get that certificate. And they are discouraged. They then discourage their friends. And so you find yourself in a situation where the program exists, but people are reluctant to be a part of it. So I want to know where it is that we can create a greater collaboration, a greater synergy, so that there is a process that works. There's a class of 52 or 25, and 7 certificates are received. 7. So you're not ever at any point in time able to get the certificates for one class of 25 or one batch of 52, right? And I would like to know how it is that you can manage that process so that someone who goes in and takes the time and makes the effort, and sometimes it's great effort to recruit them, and you get them in, and when they come in 2 years later, a year later, they can't get their certificates. It's discouraging.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me start with the member from St. Catherine Northwest Central, forgive me, who has, Madam Speaker, been very persistent in raising concerns, like the member from Southwest, and latterly the member from Southeast St. Andrew, regarding the National Unattached Youth Program. So your main question, member, was about certification. The resources and certification. Just to answer the certification question, the Hart NSTA Trust revised its certification process to ensure it was integrous, that persons were able to get their certification in a timely fashion, and to ensure that the certificates could not be defrauded, which was a problem, you may recall, a couple of years ago, especially when the certificates were being used as the basis for seeking jobs in Caribbean territories, in CARICOM territories. So we did make an investment in improving the certification process. The concerns have been raised, and I am aware of them, but I wouldn't generalize it to say that there is a general difficulty for everyone to get their certification. Well, they had stopped because of the defrauding issue, but we have corrected that. But I'm aware of it. I'm aware that it is causing a concern, but I may have a different perspective on it, right? No, but since you have raised it at the level that it is a generalized problem, then I will take a second look at that specifically. As it relates to resources, I think that the Hart Trust is resourced. The challenge now is for us to make the right decisions onto which programs and levels that will be funded. So I wouldn't, resources would always be a challenge. We don't have all the resources we have to treat with all the problems we have, but certainly Hart as an institution has dedicated resources. And so I would not, at this time, bemoan resources as a challenge. It is now for the policymakers to make the decisions as to what programs will be funded. And that's where my response will go next, which would then address issues raised by the member from Southwest St. Andrew and from Southeast St. Andrew. Now, as it relates to both members asked questions regarding the EU funding and whether or not it is the replacement for the National Youth at Risk Program. And the answer for that is no. The programs are similar, but they have different modalities. The National Unattached Youth Program was more of a long-term training program that resided in the community, in which the Member of Parliament had great latitude in directing. This program, which is sponsored and supported by the EU through the Citizen Security and Justice Program, was first of all very much directed to youth in at-risk areas. This was the first cohort of focus. And so the member from West St. Andrew would have benefited through that program. It is, as the member from Southeast pointed out, a short-term program designed to pull in youngsters at risk, to do some behavior modification very quickly, to do some character training and development, life skills, and to give them workforce exposure, and then help them to transition. So it was not as extensive a program as was the National Unattached Youth Program. The question and the real concern being expressed by the member from Southwest St. Andrew is whether or not the government is going to replace or return community-based training. That's the essence of the question and the concern, and shared by the member from North Central St. Catherine as well. The answer is yes. There is a need for community-based training. The study would have, or the review rather, would have sought to come up with solutions to overcome the shortcomings. And as you have said, and I don't need to repeat, there were shortcomings in the program. it may not be that every community can benefit from a community-based training. So the criteria that was used may have to be changed. We may have to have specific conditions in place for such programs to be reinstated. And I will undertake to come back to the House with a set of criteria that MPs would feel comfortable with. And you raise the issue of consultation. It may very well be that what we do is have a consultation with the MPs first, so that we can decide amongst ourselves, what is it that you really need? What are the criteria that would justify the use of the resources? And just to be clear, so the public listening understands why it is that the program had to be reviewed. It is literally having resources for training, in addition to a stipend, placed within communities, which brought an entirely new layer of community administration for the program. And in that structure, there was, aside from the overlapping bureaucracy, it created some opportunities for misuse of resources and duplication of resources. And so we have to be very careful when we recraft the program that we eliminate that. We have to figure out how to ensure that the management of it is good and that we're not duplicating resources. The other issue, which I think all of us here we have concerns with, is whether or not the Heart Trust NSTA is fulfilling the mandate of providing skilled workers for the labor force, given the shortage of labor that exists. And Madam Speaker, when we have the employment numbers at 4.5%, and we say that we are almost at full employment, if not at full employment, and the public will look on at these numbers with skepticism. Madam Speaker, the truth is that there is a particularly significant number of Jamaicans who qualify to be in the workforce, meaning that they are over 14 years of age, they are able-bodied, and so forth. But, Madam Speaker, they are not in the labor force because they are not actively seeking employment. So it is not that we have run out of bodies to provide labor. We do have, I think, I'm giving you a rough estimate, and I would want this to be quoted. I think we have about 300,000. No, 700,000, but remember now that some of those would be in schools and students and so forth. So pare that down to about 300,000 that, Madam Speaker, could become available to the labor force. The problem is real, Madam Speaker. The growth of the economy is now being challenged by availability of labor. Precisely. So, Madam Speaker, we are at a point in our economy we never thought we would be, but labor is now a constraint. Availability of labor is a constraint on our growth horizon. So more than ever, labor policy, workforce development, human resource development is a priority for the government, which is why we have gone through this process of re-engineering HEART such that it can meet the obligations of, one, ensuring that the existing labor force is trained and can be upskilled, and two, that persons who are outside of the labor force but could potentially qualify are brought in. So, Madam Speaker, the LIFT program, referred to by the member from Southeast as very small, poco. Spanish, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, very small, and we have looked at it, and the complaint is not just from that side, Madam Speaker. The complaint is loud on this side. And in fact, what the MPs are doing is they have 8, but they send 18 and give the hard people. No. Difficulty. You know, but that's what MPs do all the time. You tell them that they have 5 for housing, and they send 15. Yeah. But anyway, so the point is, member, that I'm in agreement with you. The challenge is the funding, and when we do these programs, before we scale them up, you want to put them through a process so we see what the challenges are. I actually have a report on the LIFT program. And some of the things that you have mentioned, like they have become very rigid because of the very problems that the member from Southeast St. Andrew pointed out, that the lack of information creates problems further on. So they have become very rigid in the entry requirements. That they do have the information to reduce that failure of being able to deliver services during the course of the program. So, but Madam Speaker, so strategically, that program is designed to capture the school leaver who could, just by virtue of not having the resources, fall outside of the workforce. So it's targeted at that. It's 500, it's small, but remember now, if we are able to keep 500 youngsters who would have potentially fallen out because having graduated, they just can't move on to the next phase, it is still a good impact on the labor force. Once we see that the program is working properly, then we will expand the program next year. It will be at a significant budgetary constraint, but we will make sure. The second program is the National Service Corps. And Madam Speaker, the National Service Corps will be expanded operationally next year to have an additional 2,000 youngsters. That is a national program. It's open on the National Service Corps. Yeah, Madam Speaker, that's a national program. It's open for persons to apply. The JNSC, that is under the Jamaica Defense Force. Yes, but remember, again, that's applications based. You have to meet a certain standard. But Madam Speaker, that program, I will come to Parliament and give a statement on it. But preliminarily, I will say that since that program is in place, they have trained close to more than 5,000 persons, close to 8,000 persons have gone through that program. And it has equipped them tremendously with skills to help them to articulate in many other areas, not just in security. Then, Madam Speaker, there are other programs directed, as I've mentioned before, the program sponsored by the EU. But we should not underestimate, Madam Speaker, the standing programs that people apply to on a daily basis to get their training, which is now free of cost. So, Madam Speaker, the Heart Trust NSTA is doing what it is supposed to do, which is to provide the Jamaican workforce needed for the growth and development of the country. More can be done, Madam Speaker, and the administration continues to make the commitment to improve the policy and administrative direction of HEART so that we can have the labor force needed to keep the growth of the country robust as it is. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from St. Andrew Western.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. House Leader, through you to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, the next question standing on the order paper is in my name. Number 3. Could you give me an insight as to when I might get an answer? It perhaps was circuitous like the one before, but it has been the papers for about 2 years now.
Madam Speaker, the member has to ask the question appropriately, of course. And the House Leader will indicate that if you notice that we have really been whittling down very systematically. We are down to 2 questions only left on the other paper. So it will be done. It will be done. I assure you, it will be done.
Speaker, Prime Minister, I have a, Tony, one second. I have a concern about the Service Corps program. I believe it's a great program, and I've seen how it has transformed lives. The concern I have is not everybody matriculates into the Army or in some vocation that is productive and useful. To what extent does the Army monitor those who don't? Because they receive particular type of training which we know can be used in a very negative way. And I am concerned about the numbers who don't make it and who could be on the street engaged in other activities with the level of training that they have received.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy that the member raised the question. I do have a report here on the JNSC, but I wouldn't proceed to give it now. What I would do, Madam Speaker, I'll undertake to make a statement in Parliament on the JNSC. But like you, I'd share those concerns, and we have asked the JDF to do a post-engagement survey so that we know where the members who did not matriculate into the JDF, where they are now. I can say to you, member, that the take-up of those who don't matriculate to the JDF is high. The JCF, immigration, security companies, and the general industry would absorb them very quickly because the training that they receive, though it is basic military training, there is a significant component in it that has to do with character development, significant component in other areas of skills, including construction, transportation and vehicle operation. So they have a wide variety of skills which make them attractive to industry, security, and other areas of employment. But I undertake to give a report on the JNSC.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to the sitting of the House, motions for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House, first obtained, public business. House Leader.
It is not intended to do any further business today. On the motion of adjournment, Madam Speaker, I just want to indicate that at the sitting of the House tomorrow, as we continue the State of Constituency debate, the speakers will be the member from Westmoreland Western and the member from Manchester Southern. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House be adjourned until Wednesday, October 11th at 2 p.m. at the George William Gordon House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. The question is that the House do now adjourn until October 11th at 2 p.m. sharp. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This Honorable House now stands adjourned.
This is the Aedes aegypti mosquito that spreads the Zika, chikungunya, and dengue viruses. Search for its breeding sites and destroy them.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
Twists, turns, ins and outs. From the four corners of the earth, PBCJ presents Globe-Trotting Yardie with Carol Francis.
There are numerous ways of traveling across the city of Delhi.
Tantalizing, breathtaking and revealing, bringing you the wonders of travel from across the world. That's Globe-Trotting Yardie right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.